후배, 옳다,
숫자,
토마토, 넘어지다, 생신, 넘어지다, 생신, 완전히,
차다,
답장, 새해,
알아보다,
미술관, 미술관, 부분, 느리다, 고속버스, 늘, 주차하다, 가위, 채소, 꺼내다, 회색, 목소리, 안전하다, 프로그램, 음악가 두다 매년 깜짝
좋아지다.
손수건 필통 배부르다 시민 배부르다 시민
울음.
전공하다 콩 신호등 넘다 소포
카페 좁다
평일 교육 평일 교육 생각나다
세계
목걸이 화가 늘다 녹차 첫날 기회 첫날 기회 알리다 현금 가까이 가까이 현금 가까이 한식 세다 섭 에어컨 원하다 섬 매주 키우다 건너편 입술 만두 부끄럽다 반대 둘이 육교 뵙다 육교 뵙다 갈색 바닥
부자
갈아타다 갈아타다
대학원
핸드폰
결심 찾아오다 특별히 무 악기 오래되다 광주 쓰레기 입원하다 때문에 입원하다 때문에
공짜,
뭐가 대부분 무게 경험하다 지우개 인삼 알맞다 부장 마을 취소하다
비디오 비디오
휴게실 데리고 가다 역시
줄
부족하다 바닷가 수영복 올라오다
행동,
얼음 흐르다 수술 호주
멈추다, 멈추다,
호주
멈추다,
된장 미리 약하다 이틀 목욕탕 목욕탕 이르다 국제 이르다 국제 데이트 수첩 늙다 늙다 성공 귀걸이 금지하다. 찜, 분홍색, 놀이, 정확하다. 정확하다. 놀이, 정확하다. 따로, 정확하다. 정확하다. 놀이, 정확하다. 따로, 안내, 모이다. 사계절, 길이, 방향, 바라보다. 주로, 드라마, 한잔하다. 모습, 목적, 외롭다. 두부, 옆집, 요금,
빨래하다.
방송국, 토끼, 위치, 밀다. 답,
어젯밤.
편안하다. 센티미터. 출구.
조카,
환영하다. 소고기. 기간. 오른손. 검사하다. 도쿄. 사거리. 비다. 엽서. 무릎. 쓰레기통. 노트하다. 정문. 남. 지하도. 갈아입다. 간장. 깨끗이. 간장. 깨끗이. 치료.
볶다,
모양. 아무데나. 신혼여행. 싱겁다. 대구, 싱겁다. 대구. 모래. 주황색. 잤다. 중간. 엘리베이터. 반대하다. 잔치. 고장.
푹,
고장.
푹,
비교하다. 도움. 교통사고. 설날. 편리하다. 오랫동안. 규칙. 높이. 정리하다. 모기. 간단히. 마치다.
언어,
메시지.
대회,
흘리다. 인천 밀가루 심하다 땅 탁구 건너가다 공무원 건너가다 공무원 자꾸 주변 읽다 종류 짧게 외출하다 킬로그램
경복궁
부지런하다 제목 술집 설렁탕 떠들다 점점 사흘 경찰관 다하다 정원 발가락 주부 쳐다보다 기차역 커피숍 희망
붙이다
자기소개,
붙이다.
자기소개. 금방,
입,
신선하다. 크기, 크기, 신선하다. 크기, 포장, 올리다. 우선, 안쪽, 안내하다. 이마, 대구, 자랑하다. 세탁소, 케이크, 공장, 식다.
청소년.
아무리,
침실, 끓이다. 글자, 멋, 순서, 멋, 순서, 훌륭하다. 음식점, 멀리, 실패하다. 한두, 서류, 붓다, 관광객, 메모, 전체, 데려오다, 책장, 이불, 지각하다, 나흘, 고추장, 맞추다, 고추장, 맞추다, 출입, 그래도
설악산,
잘되다, 도로, 소, 적당하다, 퍼센트, 연예인, 흔들다, 자세히, 왼손, 국내,
서두르다,
일기, 보라색, 긴장하다. 걸음. 한식집.
졸다.
노인,
날마다. 관계.
돌리다.
호. 원피스. 신청하다. 반드시. 식품. 마중하다.
문학.
기름.
문학.
기름. 유치원.
섞다,
기온. 꽃병. 충분하다. 또는 이전. 꾸다. 태도 센터 식초 지르다 태풍 돌 정하다 이따가 주위 슬퍼하다 상자 위쪽 선풍기
씻다
재려 어머님 입학하다 스파게티 전기 답답하다 지방
호랑이
덕분에 빨다 치과 냄비 상 끓다 자유 디자인 칭찬하다 무언가 사타, 된장찌개, 설악, 통장,
돌려주다,
통장,
돌려주다.
경주, 스스로, 경주, 스스로, 장보다, 시골, 자판기, 붙이다, 한자, 스웨터, 입구, 붓다, 신분증, 신분증, 뱀, 예매하다, 웃음, 식빵,
그치다,
단풍, 두세, 입장권,
찌다,
신부, 텔러, 소중하다, 드디어, 속도 큰 소리 연결하다 미역국 중심 틀다 동시에 어린아이 능력 바르다 기타 바깥 화려하다 옷걸이 명절 굵다 관광지 굵다 관광지 앞쪽 왕 줄이다 각각 상추 지내다 그저께
약사
찾아보다 차례 빌딩
미용실
틀리다
활동
여기저기 분명하다 깊이 인간 검다
친척,
떡볶이 성적
기르다.
성적
기르다.
정거장 서비스 교환하다 열을 할인 모자라다 방문 아무튼 검사 죽다 운동복 김 통화하다 아래쪽
손녀, 썰다,
정답 아나운서 주일 기뻐하다
회원.
똑같이 당연하다. 김치찌개 정신 매다 동전 속옷 학생증 그만두다
자기
매일 단순하다 장마
수학
들리다 송편 짜증 짜증 송편 짜증 초록색
돌아가시다.
시대 슬픔 거절하다 혀 두통 얼다 조건 새로 우표
누르다
풍경 터미널
도망가다.
너희
영화관.
재채기하다
경제.
갈비탕 영하 감다 마늘 머리카락 변화하다 버릇 연말
밝히다.
점수 스케이트 서양 뽑다 감 코끼리
결석하다.
꽃집 신랑 팔리다 환경 찬물 일식, 익숙해지다, 전철, 익숙해지다, 전철, 이웃, 출퇴근하다, 치킨, 연휴, 줄다, 줄다, 연휴, 줄다, 국가, 장난감, 시어머니,
그만하다.
연극, 모임, 가능하다, 주머니, 전화기, 화내다, 청년, 손바닥, 기본, 심다, 매달, 콘서트, 고생하다,
덜,
결국, 가리키다, 솔직히 볶음밥 정치 따르다 온도 햇빛 한가하다 마당 당신 뜨다
과학,
블라우스 블라우스 무료
튀기다,
무료
튀기다,
항공 쇠고기 기대하다 하늘색 기사 무엇이다 한옥 것 경우 경우
씹다,
양식 축구공 발견하다 카레 인생
지루하다,
체육관 낚시 원래 매다 중앙 나머지 확인하다 선어 교사
없어지다.
시설 시간표 가늘다
공사
다이어트 연구 대단하다 국적 및 배탈나다 칼국수 전통 칼국수 전통 그립다
중국집
차이 섭섭하다 한편
글씨
한편
글씨 국민, 글씨, 국민,
뛰어가다. 단점. 배드민턴. 완벽하다. 무척. 진심으로. 귀찮다. 내과. 스키장. 미끄러지다. 삼계탕. 껌. 책임. 답다. 금년. 수저. 금년. 수저. 통하다. 집안일. 예습. 일어서다. 예습. 일어서다. 대전. 운전사.
밉다.
소년. 올림픽. 종일. 귀여워하다. 시절. 막걸리. 심각하다. 되게. 과. 미치다. 공연. 여행사.
접다.
순간. 하얀색. 피부. 웃기다. 정보. 바이올린. 태어나다.
언젠가
태어나다.
언젠가
휴대전화.
물다.
절대로. 표현. 잡히다. 억. 참회. 굉장히. 게으르다. 매력. 아래층. 다행이다. 손목. 화분. 떨다. 무궁화. 대중. 무궁화. 무궁화. 대중. 따라가다. 기술. 치즈. 주제. 커지다. 세배. 맞은편 저금하다 설마 성인 시다
회,
안방 받아들이다 장점 안개 공중전화 나서다 좌석 트럭 집중하다 떡국 용돈 숨다 초대장
손자,
자연스럽다 자연스럽다
문장,
물음 막 깨지다 점원 금일 상상하다 헬스클럽 지역 다타 예정 안내문 알아듣다 영상 알아듣다 영상 튀김 군대 이루다 당장 검정 대하다 엉덩이 편 인터뷰 합격하다 당근 불교 기닥 최대 영수증 깜빡하다
사촌
가만히 평생 꿈꾸다. 가정. 눈앞. 포기하다. 짝. 욕심. 제대로.
위하다,
제대로.
위하다,
뉴욕. 번역. 끌다. 일식집. 안주. 쌀쌀하다. 과장님. 더욱. 일반. 내놓다. 택배. 배꽃. 외식하다. 아무래도. 작가, 나타, 겁, 대표, 살펴보다, 공간, 스타일, 사자, 비키다, 잡채, 벌레, 보호하다, 단추, 향기,
잠들다,
비용, 여행지, 나타내다, 발전, 딱, 재산, 살리다, 표정, 그룹, 독서하다, 더위, 분식, 희다, 일상생활,
사회,
미워하다, 분명히 보기 자료 빠지다 역할 웬일 관련하다 이미지 소녀 막다 전문 매표소 매표소 알려지다 민족 직 다행히 쓰이다 제품 국물
확실하다.
여보 감정 덥다 유리창 회장 일으키다 절대 골프 개인 불리다. 전쟁. 버섯. 해결하다. 곰.
불만.
옮기다.
실내.
항공권. 사라지다.
연기.
제발. 제발. 현대. 높이다.
실력.
아시아. 아시아.
실력.
아시아. 구하다. 나물. 발표. 빵집. 환전하다. 꽤. 세기. 맞다. 포도주. 과제. 늘어나다. 특징. 늘어나다. 특징. 막내.
요새
놓치다. 이혼. 모델. 대신하다. 그대. 대신하다. 그대. 욕실. 짚다.
장학금,
단체. 가난하다. 각종. 대.
회식,
챙기다. 과목. 어쩌면. 참가하다. 발목. 조사. 날다. 전문가. 이하. 따라오다. 이하. 따라오다. 지구. 펜. 명령. 죽이다. 질서. 아픔. 요구하다, 짬뽕, 즉시,
Biology for AP registered courses. Biology for AP registered courses. Senior contributing authors: Julianne Zadalis, Biology for AP registered courses. Senior Julianne Zadalis, Bishops. The study of life. Figure 1.1. This NASA image is a composite of several satellite-based views of Earth. To make the whole Earth image, NASA scientists combined observations of different parts of the planet. Credit: NASA/GSFC/NOAA/USGS. Chapter outline. 1.1. The science of biology. 1.2. Themes and concepts of biology. Introduction. Viewed from space, Earth offers no clues about the diversity of life it harbors. The first forms of life on Earth are thought to be microorganisms that existed for billions of years in the ocean before plants and animals appeared. The mammals, birds, and flowers that we see in modern times are mostly recent species, originating 130 to 200 million years ago. In fact, only in the last 200,000 years have humans started looking like we do today. Organisms evolve in response to each other. One of the best examples is disease-causing organisms, which have to adapt to overcome the defenses of the organisms they infect. One such organism that has evolved to specialize in infection in humans is Plasmodium, the organism that causes malaria. Biologists use the process of science to learn about the world and the organisms living in it. For example, people have suspected for quite some time that people with blood type O are less likely to die from severe malaria. Now, a team of scientists have been able to explain why. By examining data from several experiments, and by using both inductive and deductive reasoning, the scientists concluded that A and B type blood reacts with a protein excreted by Plasmodium. This reaction causes severe illness. However, type O blood does not react with the protein. You can read more, http://openstackscollege.org/l/32 Plasmodium, http://openstackscollege.org/l/32 Plasmodium about the response of type A and B blood groups to infection by Plasmodium. 1.1 The science of biology. In this section, you will explore the following questions. What are the characteristics shared by the natural sciences? What are the steps of the scientific method? Chapter 1 The study of life. 9. Connection for AP registered courses. Biology is the science that studies living organisms and their interactions with one another and with their environment. The process of science attempts to describe and understand the nature of the universe by rational means. Science has many fields. Those fields related to the physical world, including biology, are considered natural sciences. All of the natural sciences follow the laws of chemistry and physics. For example, when studying biology, you must remember living organisms obey the laws of thermodynamics while using free energy and matter from the environment to carry out life processes that are explored in later chapters, such as metabolism and reproduction. Two types of logical reasoning are used in science: inductive reasoning and deductive reasoning. Inductive reasoning uses particular results to produce general scientific principles. Deductive reasoning uses logical thinking to predict results by applying scientific principles or practices. The scientific method is a step-by-step process that consists of making observations, defining a problem, posing hypotheses, testing these hypotheses by designing and conducting investigations, and drawing conclusions from data and results. Scientists then communicate their results to the scientific community. Scientific theories are subject to revision as new information is collected. The content presented in this section supports the learning objectives outlined in Big Idea 2 of the AP Registered Biology Curriculum Framework. The learning objectives emerge essential knowledge content with one or more of the 7 science practices. These objectives provide a transparent foundation for the AP Registered Biology course, along with inquiry-based laboratory experiences, instructional activities, and AP Registered exam questions. Big Idea 2 biological systems utilize free energy and molecular building blocks to grow, to reproduce, and to maintain dynamic homeostasis. Enduring understanding 2. Growth, reproduction, and maintenance of living systems require free energy and matter. Essential knowledge 2.8.1 All living systems require constant input of free energy. Science practice 6.4 The student can make claims and predictions about natural phenomena based on scientific theories and models. Learning objectives 2.3 The student is able to predict how changes in free energy availability affect organisms, populations, and ecosystems. A. B. Figure 1.2 formerly called blue-green algae, these, A. Cyanobacteria, shown here at 300x magnification under a light microscope, are some of Earth's oldest life forms. These, B. Stromatolites along the shores of Lake Thetis in Western Australia are ancient structures formed by the layering of cyanobacteria in shallow waters. Credit A. Modification of work by NASA. Credit B. Modification of work by Ruth Ellison. Scale bar data from Matt Russell. What is biology? In simple terms, biology is the study of living organisms and their interactions with one another and their environments. This is a very broad definition because the scope of biology is vast. Biologists may study anything from the microscopic or submicroscopic view of a cell to ecosystems and the whole living planet. Figure 1.2. Listening to the daily news, you will quickly realize how many aspects of biology are discussed every day. For example, recent news topics. 10 Chapter 1 The Study of Life. This OpenStax book is available for free at http://cnx.org/content/call12078/1.6. Include Escherichia coli, Figure 1.3, outbreaks in spinach and salmonella contamination in peanut butter. On a global scale, many researchers are committed to finding ways to protect the planet, solve environmental issues, and reduce the effects of climate change. All of these diverse endeavors are related to different facets of the discipline of biology. Figure 1.3 Escherichia coli, E. coli, bacteria, seen in this scanning electron micrograph, are normal residents of our digestive tracts that aid in the absorption of vitamin K and other nutrients. However, virulent strains are sometimes responsible for disease outbreaks. Credit, Eric Irby, digital colorization by Christopher Pooley, both of USDA, ARS, EMU. The process of science. Biology is a science, but what exactly is science? What does the study of biology share with other scientific disciplines? Science, from the Latin scientia, meaning knowledge, can be defined as knowledge that covers general truths or the operation of general laws, especially when acquired and tested by the scientific method. It becomes clear from this definition that the application of the scientific method plays a major role in science. The scientific method is a method of research with defined steps that include experiments and careful observation. The steps of the scientific method will be examined in detail later, but one of the most important aspects of this method is the testing of hypotheses by means of repeatable experiments. A hypothesis is a suggested explanation for an event, which can be tested. Although using the scientific method is inherent to science, it is inadequate in determining what science is. This is because it is relatively easy to apply the scientific method to disciplines such as physics and chemistry, but when it comes to disciplines like archaeology, psychology, and geology, the scientific method becomes less applicable as it becomes more difficult to repeat experiments. These areas of study are still sciences, however. Consider archaeology. Even though one cannot perform repeatable experiments, hypotheses may still be supported. For instance, an archaeologist can hypothesize that an ancient culture existed based on finding a piece of pottery. Further hypotheses could be made about various characteristics of this culture, and these hypotheses may be found to be correct or false through continued support or contradictions from other findings. A hypothesis may become a verified theory. A theory is a tested and confirmed explanation for observations or phenomena. Science may be better defined as fields of study that attempt to comprehend the nature of the universe. Natural sciences. What would you expect to see in a museum of natural sciences? Frogs? Plants? Dinosaur skeletons? Exhibits about how the brain functions? A planetarium? Gems and minerals? Or maybe all of the above? Science includes such diverse fields as astronomy, biology, computer sciences, geology, logic, physics, chemistry, and mathematics. Figure 1.4. However, those fields of science related to the physical world and its phenomena and processes are considered natural sciences. Thus, a museum of natural sciences might contain any of the items listed above. Chapter 1 The Study of Life 11. Figure 1.4 The diversity of scientific fields includes astronomy, biology, computer science, geology, logic, physics, chemistry, mathematics, and many other fields. Credit, image editor, /Flickr. There is no complete agreement when it comes to defining what the natural sciences include, however. For some experts, the natural sciences are astronomy, biology, chemistry, earth science, and physics. Other scholars choose to divide natural sciences into life sciences, which study living things and include biology, and physical sciences, which study non-living matter and include astronomy, geology, physics, and chemistry. Some disciplines such as biophysics and biochemistry build on both life and physical sciences and are interdisciplinary. Natural sciences are sometimes referred to as hard science because they rely on the use of quantitative data. Social sciences that study society and human behavior are more likely to use qualitative assessments to drive investigations and findings. Not surprisingly, the natural science of biology has many branches or subdisciplines. Cell biologists study cell structure and function, while biologists who study anatomy investigate the structure of an entire organism. Those biologists studying physiology, however, focus on the internal functioning of an organism. Some areas of biology focus on only particular types of living things. For example, botanists explore plants, while zoologists specialize in animals. Scientific reasoning. One thing is common to all forms of science, an ultimate goal, to know. Curiosity and inquiry are the driving forces for the development of science. Scientists seek to understand the world and the way it operates. To do this, they use two methods of logical thinking, inductive reasoning and deductive reasoning. Inductive reasoning is a form of logical thinking that uses related observations to arrive at a general conclusion. This type of reasoning is common in descriptive science. A life scientist such as a biologist makes observations and records them. These data can be qualitative or quantitative, and the raw data can be supplemented with drawings, pictures, photos, or videos. From many observations, the scientist can infer conclusions, inductions, based on evidence. Inductive reasoning involves formulating generalizations inferred from careful observation and the analysis of a large amount of data. Brain studies provide an example. In this type of research, many live brains are observed while people are doing a specific activity, such as viewing images of food. The part of the brain that lights up during this activity is then predicted to be the part controlling the response to the selected stimulus, in this case, images of food. The lighting up of the various areas of the brain is caused by excess absorption of radioactive sugar derivatives by active areas of the brain. The resultant increase in radioactivity is observed by a scanner. Then, researchers can stimulate that part of the brain to see if similar responses result. Deductive reasoning or deduction is the type of logic used in hypothesis-based science. In deductive reason, the pattern of thinking moves in the opposite direction as compared to inductive reasoning. Deductive reasoning is a form of logical. 12 Chapter 1 The Study of Life. This OpenStax book is available for free at http://cnx.org/content/call12078/1.6. Thinking that uses a general principle or law to forecast specific results. From those general principles, a scientist can extrapolate and predict the specific results that would be valid as long as the general principles are valid. Studies in climate change can illustrate this type of reasoning. For example, scientists may predict that if the climate becomes warmer in a particular region, then the distribution of plants and animals should change. These predictions have been made and tested, and many such changes have been found, such as the modification of arable areas for agriculture, with change based on temperature averages. Both types of logical thinking are related to the two main pathways of scientific study, descriptive science and hypothesis-based science. Descriptive, or discovery, science, which is usually inductive, aims to observe, explore, and discover, while hypothesis-based science, which is usually deductive, begins with a specific question or problem and a potential answer or solution that can be tested. The boundary between these two forms of study is often blurred, and most scientific endeavors combine both approaches. The fuzzy boundary becomes apparent when thinking about how easily observation can lead to specific questions. For example, a gentleman in the 1940s observed that the burr seeds that stuck to his clothes and his dog's fur had a tiny hook structure. On closer inspection, he discovered that the burr's gripping device was more reliable than a zipper. He eventually developed a company and produced the hook and loop fastener often used on laceless sneakers and athletic braces. Descriptive science and hypothesis-based science are in continuous dialogue. The scientific method. Biologists study the living world by posing questions about it and seeking science-based responses. This approach is common to other sciences as well and is often referred to as the scientific method. The scientific method was used even in ancient times, but it was first documented by England's Sir Francis Bacon, 1561 to 1626, figure 1.5, who set up inductive methods for scientific inquiry. The scientific method is not exclusively used by biologists but can be applied to almost all fields of study as a logical, rational problem-solving method. Figure 1.5 Sir Francis Bacon, 1561 to 1626, is credited with being the first to define the scientific method. Credit, Paul Van Summer. The scientific process typically starts with an observation, often a problem to be solved, that leads to a question. Let's think about a simple problem that starts with an observation and apply the scientific method to solve the problem. One Monday morning, a student arrives at class and quickly discovers that the classroom is too warm. That is an observation that also describes a problem. The classroom is too warm. The student then asks a question: why is the classroom so warm? Proposing a hypothesis. Recall that a hypothesis is a suggested explanation that can be tested. To solve a problem, several hypotheses may be proposed. For example, one hypothesis might be, the classroom is warm because no one turned on the air conditioning. But there could be other responses to the question, and therefore other hypotheses may be proposed. A second hypothesis might be, the classroom is warm because there is a power failure, and so the air conditioning doesn't work. Chapter 1 The Study of Life 13. Once a hypothesis has been selected, the student can make a prediction. A prediction is similar to a hypothesis, but it typically has the format if, then. For example, the prediction for the first hypothesis might be, if the student turns on the air conditioning, then the classroom will no longer be too warm. Testing a hypothesis. A valid hypothesis must be testable. It should also be falsifiable, meaning that it can be disproven by experimental results. Importantly, science does not claim to prove anything because scientific understandings are always subject to modification with further information. This step, openness to disproving ideas, is what distinguishes sciences from non-sciences. The presence of the supernatural, for instance, is neither testable nor falsifiable. To test a hypothesis, a researcher will conduct one or more experiments designed to eliminate one or more of the hypotheses. Each experiment will have one or more variables and one or more controls. A variable is any part of the experiment that can vary or change during the experiment. The control group contains every feature of the experimental group except it is not given the manipulation that is hypothesized about. Therefore, if the results of the experimental group differ from the control group, the difference must be due to the hypothesized manipulation, rather than some outside factor. Look for the variables and controls in the examples that follow. To test the first hypothesis, the student would find out if the air conditioning is on. If the air conditioning is turned on but does not work, there should be another reason, and this hypothesis should be rejected. To test the second hypothesis, the student could check if the lights in the classroom are functional. If so, there is no power failure and this hypothesis should be rejected. Each hypothesis should be tested by carrying out appropriate experiments. Be aware that rejecting one hypothesis does not determine whether or not the other hypotheses can be accepted, it simply eliminates one hypothesis that is not valid, see this figure. Using the scientific method, the hypotheses that are inconsistent with experimental data are rejected. While this warm classroom example is based on observational results, other hypotheses and experiments might have clearer controls. For instance, a student might attend class on Monday and realize she had difficulty concentrating on the lecture. One observation to explain this occurrence might be, when I eat breakfast before class, I am better able to pay attention. The student could then design an experiment with a control to test this hypothesis. In hypothesis-based science, specific results are predicted from a general premise. This type of reasoning is called deductive reasoning. Deduction proceeds from the general to the particular. But the reverse of the process is also possible. Sometimes, scientists reach a general conclusion from a number of specific observations. This type of reasoning is called inductive reasoning, and it proceeds from the particular to the general. Inductive and deductive reasoning are often used in tandem to advance scientific knowledge, see this figure. Think about it. Almost all plants use water, carbon dioxide, and energy from the sun to make sugars. Think about what would happen to plants that don't have sunlight as an energy source or sufficient water. What would happen to organisms that depend on those plants for their own survival? Make a prediction about what would happen to the organisms living in a rainforest if 50% of its trees were destroyed. How would you test your prediction? 14 Chapter 1 The Study of Life. This OpenStax book is available for free at http://cnx.org/content/call12078/1.6. Figure 1.6 The scientific method consists of a series of well-defined steps. If a hypothesis is not supported by experimental data, a new hypothesis can be proposed. In the example below, the scientific method is used to solve an everyday problem. Order the scientific method steps, numbered items, with the process of solving the everyday problem, lettered items. Based on the results of the experiment, is the hypothesis correct? If it is incorrect, propose some alternative hypotheses. Scientific method everyday process. 1. Observation A. There is something wrong with the electrical outlet. 2. Question B. If something is wrong with the outlet, my coffee maker also won't work when plugged into it. 3. Hypothesis. Answer. C. My toaster doesn't toast my bread. For prediction D. I plug my coffee maker into the outlet. 5. Experiment E. My coffee maker works. Chapter 1 The Study of Life. 15. Scientific method everyday process. 6. Result F. What is preventing my toaster from working? A. The original hypothesis is correct. There is something wrong with the electrical outlet and therefore the toaster doesn't work. B. The original hypothesis is incorrect. Alternative hypothesis includes that toaster wasn't turned on. C. The original hypothesis is correct. The coffee maker and the toaster do not work when plugged into the outlet. D. The original hypothesis is incorrect. Alternative hypotheses includes that both coffee maker and toaster were broken. 16 Chapter 1 The Study of Life. This OpenStax book is available for free at http://cnx.org/content/call12078/1.6. Figure 1.7 Scientists use two types of reasoning, inductive and deductive reasoning, to advance scientific knowledge. As is the case in this example, the conclusion from inductive reasoning can often become the premise for deductive reasoning. Decide if each of the following is an example of inductive or deductive reasoning. 1. All flying birds and insects have wings. Birds and insects flap their wings as they move through the air. Therefore, wings enable flight. 2. Insects generally survive mild winters better than harsh ones. Therefore, insect pests will become more problematic if global temperatures increase. 3. Chromosomes, the carriers of DNA, separate into daughter cells during cell division. Therefore, DNA is the genetic material. 4. Animals as diverse as insects and wolves all exhibit social behavior. Therefore, social behavior must have an evolutionary advantage for humans. A. 1. Inductive. 2. Deductive. 3. Deductive. 4. Inductive. B. 1. Deductive. 2. Inductive. 3. Deductive. 4. Inductive. C. 1. Inductive. 2. Deductive. 3. Inductive. 4. Deductive. D. 1. Inductive. 2. Inductive. 3. Inductive. 4. Deductive. The scientific method may seem too rigid and structured. It is important to keep in mind that, although scientists often follow this sequence, there is flexibility. Sometimes an experiment leads to conclusions that favor a change in approach. Often, an experiment brings entirely new scientific questions to the puzzle. Many times, science does not operate in a linear fashion. Instead, scientists continually draw inferences and make generalizations, finding patterns as their research proceeds. Scientific reasoning is more complex than the scientific method alone suggests. Notice, too, that the scientific method can be applied to solving problems that aren't necessarily scientific in nature. Chapter 1 The Study of Life. 17. Two types of science, basic science and applied science. The scientific community has been debating for the last few decades about the value of different types of science. Is it valuable to pursue science for the sake of simply gaining knowledge, or does scientific knowledge only have worth if we can apply it to solving a specific problem or to bettering our lives? This question focuses on the differences between two types of science, basic science and applied science. Basic science or pure science seeks to expand knowledge regardless of the short-term application of that knowledge. It is not focused on developing a product or a service of immediate public or commercial value. The immediate goal of basic science is knowledge for knowledge's sake, though this does not mean that, in the end, it may not result in a practical application. In contrast, applied science, or technology, aims to use science to solve real-world problems, making it possible, for example, to improve a crop yield, find a cure for a particular disease, or save animals threatened by a natural disaster. Figure 1.8. In applied science, the problem is usually defined for the researcher. Figure 1.8 After Hurricane Ike struck the Gulf Coast in 2008, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service rescued this brown pelican. Thanks to applied science, scientists knew how to rehabilitate the bird. Credit, FEMA. Some individuals may perceive applied science as useful and basic science as useless. A question these people might pose to a scientist advocating knowledge acquisition would be, what for? A careful look at the history of science, however, reveals that basic knowledge has resulted in many remarkable applications of great value. Many scientists think that a basic understanding of science is necessary before an application is developed. Therefore, applied science relies on the results generated through basic science. Other scientists think that it is time to move on from basic science and instead to find solutions to actual problems. Both approaches are valid. It is true that there are problems that demand immediate attention. However, few solutions would be found without the help of the wide knowledge foundation generated through basic science. One example of how basic and applied science can work together to solve practical problems occurred after the discovery of DNA structure led to an understanding of the molecular mechanisms governing DNA replication. Strands of DNA, unique in every human, are found in our cells, where they provide the instructions necessary for life. During DNA replication, DNA makes new copies of itself, shortly before a cell divides. Understanding the mechanisms of DNA replication enabled scientists to develop laboratory techniques that are now used to identify genetic diseases. Without basic science, it is unlikely that applied science would exist. Another example of the link between basic and applied research is the Human Genome Project, a study in which each human chromosome was analyzed and mapped to determine the precise sequence of DNA subunits and the exact location of each gene. The gene is the basic unit of heredity. An individual's complete collection of genes is his or her genome. Other less complex organisms have also been studied as part of this project in order to gain a better understanding of human chromosomes. The Human Genome Project, Figure 1.9, relied on basic research carried out with simple organisms and, later, with the human genome. An important end goal eventually became using the data for applied research, seeking cures and early diagnoses for genetically related diseases. 18 Chapter 1 The Study of Life. This OpenStax book is available for free at http://cnx.org/content/call12078/1.6. Figure 1.9 The Human Genome Project was a 13-year collaborative effort among researchers working in several different fields of science. The project, which sequenced the entire human genome, was completed in 2003. Credit, the U.S. Department of Energy Genome Programs, http://genomics.energy.gov. While research efforts in both basic science and applied science are usually carefully planned, it is important to note that some discoveries are made by serendipity, that is, by means of a fortunate accident or a lucky surprise. Penicillin was discovered when biologist Alexander Fleming accidentally left a petri dish of Staphylococcus bacteria open. An unwanted mold grew on the dish, killing the bacteria. The mold turned out to be penicillium, and a new antibiotic was discovered. Even in the highly organized world of science, luck, when combined with an observant, curious mind, can lead to unexpected breakthroughs. Reporting scientific work. Whether scientific research is basic science or applied science, scientists must share their findings in order for other researchers to expand and build upon their discoveries. Collaboration with other scientists, when planning, conducting, and analyzing results, are all important for scientific research. For this reason, important aspects of a scientist's work are communicating with peers and disseminating results to peers. Scientists can share results by presenting them at a scientific meeting or conference, but this approach can reach only the select few who are present. Instead, most scientists present their results in peer-reviewed manuscripts that are published in scientific journals. Peer-reviewed manuscripts are scientific papers that are reviewed by a scientist's colleagues, or peers. These colleagues are qualified individuals, often experts in the same research area, who judge whether or not the scientist's work is suitable for publication. The process of peer review helps to ensure that the research described in a scientific paper or grant proposal is original, significant, logical, and thorough. Grant proposals, which are requests for research funding, are also subject to peer review. Scientists publish their work so other scientists can reproduce their experiments under similar or different conditions to expand on the findings. The experimental results must be consistent with the findings of other scientists. A scientific paper is very different from creative writing. Although creativity is required to design experiments, there are fixed guidelines when it comes to presenting scientific results. First, scientific writing must be brief, concise, and accurate. A scientific paper needs to be succinct but detailed enough to allow peers to reproduce the experiments. The scientific paper consists of several specific sections: introduction, materials and methods, results, and discussion. This structure is sometimes called the IMR-AD format. There are usually acknowledgement and reference sections as well as an abstract, a concise summary, at the beginning of the paper. There might be additional sections depending on the type of paper in the journal where it will be published. For example, some review papers require an outline. The introduction starts with brief, but broad, background information about what is known in the field. A good introduction also gives the rationale of the work, it justifies the work carried out and also briefly mentions the end of the paper, where the hypothesis or research question driving the research will be presented. The introduction refers to the published scientific work of others and therefore requires citations following the style of the journal. Using the work or ideas of others without proper citation is considered plagiarism. The materials and methods section includes a complete and accurate description of the substances used and the method. Chapter 1: The Study of Life 19. And techniques used by the researchers to gather data. The description should be thorough enough to allow another researcher to repeat the experiment and obtain similar results, but it does not have to be verbose. This section will also include information on how measurements were made and what types of calculations and statistical analyses were used to examine raw data. Although the materials and methods section gives an accurate description of the experiments, it does not discuss them. Some journals require a results section followed by a discussion section, but it is more common to combine both. If the journal does not allow the combination of both sections, the results section simply narrates the findings without any further interpretation. The results are presented by means of tables or graphs, but no duplicate information should be presented. In the discussion section, the researcher will interpret the results, describe how variables may be related, and attempt to explain the observations. It is indispensable to conduct an extensive literature search to put the results in the context of previously published scientific research. Therefore, proper citations are included in this section as well. Finally, the conclusion section summarizes the importance of the experimental findings. While the scientific paper almost certainly answered one or more scientific questions that were stated, any good research should lead to more questions. Therefore, a well-done scientific paper leaves doors open for the researcher and others to continue and expand on the findings. Review articles do not follow the IMRAD format because they do not present original scientific findings or primary literature. Instead, they summarize and comment on findings that were published as primary literature and typically include extensive reference sections. 1.2 Themes and Concepts of Biology. By the end of this section, you will be able to identify and describe the properties of life. Describe the levels of organization among living things. Recognize and interpret a phylogenetic tree. Connection for AP registered courses. The AP registered biology curriculum is organized around 4 major themes called the big ideas that apply to all levels of biological organization, from molecules and cells to populations and ecosystems. Each big idea identifies key concepts called enduring understandings and essential knowledges, along with supporting examples. Simple descriptions define the focus of each big idea. Big idea 1, evolution. Big idea 2, energy and homeostasis. Big idea 3, information and communication. And big idea 4, systems and interactions. Evolution explains both the unity and diversity of life. Big idea 1, and all organisms require energy in molecules to carry out life functions, such as growth and reproduction. Big idea 2. Living systems also store, transmit, and respond to information, from DNA sequences to nerve impulses and behaviors. Big idea 3. All biological systems interact, and these interactions result in emergent properties and characteristics unique to life. Big idea 4. The redesigned AP Registered Biology course also emphasizes the investigative practices that students should master. Scientific inquiry usually uses a series of steps to gain new knowledge. The scientific method begins with an observation and follows with a hypothesis to explain the observation, then experiments are conducted to test the hypothesis, gather results, and draw conclusions from data. The AP Registered program has identified 7 major categories of science practices, which can be described by short phrases, using representations and models to communicate information and solve problems, using mathematics appropriately, engaging in questioning, planning and implementing data collection strategies, analyzing and evaluating data, justifying scientific explanations, and connecting concepts. A learning objective emerges content with one or more of the 7 science practices. The information presented and the examples highlighted in this section support concepts and learning objectives outlined in Big Idea 1 of the AP Registered Biology curriculum. The learning objectives listed in the curriculum framework provide a transparent foundation for the AP Registered Biology course, an inquiry-based laboratory experience, instructional activities, and AP Registered exam questions. A learning objective merges required content with one or more of the 7 science practices. 20 Chapter 1 The Study of Life. This OpenStax book is available for free at http://cnx.org/content/call12078/1.6. Big Idea 1 The process of evolution drives the diversity and unity of life. Enduring understanding 1.b organisms are linked by lines of descent from common ancestry. Essential knowledge 1.b.1 organisms share many conserved core processes and features that evolved and are widely distributed among organisms today. Science practice 3.1 The student can pose scientific questions. Learning objective 1.1 For the student is able to pose scientific questions that correctly identify essential properties of share, core life processes that provide insights into the history of life on Earth. Essential knowledge 1.b.1 Organisms share many conserved core processes and features that evolved and are widely distributed among organisms today. Science practice 5.3 The student can evaluate the evidence provided by datasets in relation to a particular scientific question. Learning objective 1.18 The student is able to evaluate evidence provided by a data set in conjunction with a phylogenetic tree or simply cladogram to determine evolutionary history and speciation. Biology is the science that studies life, but what exactly is life? This may sound like a silly question with an obvious response, but it is not always easy to define life. For example, a branch of biology called virology studies viruses, which exhibit some of the characteristics of living entities but lack others. It turns out that although viruses can attack living organisms, cause diseases, and even reproduce, they do not meet the criteria that biologists use to define life. Consequently, virologists are not biologists, strictly speaking. Similarly, some biologists study the early molecular evolution that gave rise to life. Since the events that preceded life are not biological events, these scientists are also excluded from biology in the strict sense of the term. From its earliest beginnings, biology has wrestled with three questions. What are the shared properties that make something alive? And once we know something is alive, how do we find meaningful levels of organization in its structure? And, finally, when faced with the remarkable diversity of life, how do we organize the different kinds of organisms so that we can better understand them? As new organisms are discovered every day, biologists continue to seek answers to these and other questions. Properties of life. All living organisms share several key characteristics or functions: order, sensitivity or response to the environment, reproduction, adaptation, growth and development, regulation, homeostasis, energy processing, and evolution. When viewed together, these 9 characteristics serve to define life. Order. Figure 1.10 A toad represents a highly organized structure consisting of cells, tissues, organs, and organ systems. Credit, Avengo/Wikimedia Commons. Chapter 1 The Study of Life 21. Organisms are highly organized, coordinated structures that consist of one or more cells. Even very simple, single-celled organisms are remarkably complex. Inside each cell, atoms make up molecules. These in turn make up cell organelles and other cellular inclusions. In multicellular organisms, figure 1.10, similar cells form tissues. Tissues, in turn, collaborate to create organs, body structures with a distinct function. Organs work together to form organ systems. Sensitivity or response to stimuli. Figure 1.11 The leaves of this sensitive plant, Mimosa pudica, will instantly droop and fold when touched. After a few minutes, the plant returns to normal. Credit, Alex Lomas. Organisms respond to diverse stimuli. For example, plants can bend toward a source of light, climb on fences and walls, or respond to touch, figure 1.11. Even tiny bacteria can move toward or away from chemicals, a process called chemotaxis, or light, phototaxis. Movement toward a stimulus is considered a positive response, while movement away from a stimulus is considered a negative response. Watch this video, http://openstackscollege.org/l/movement_plants, http://openstackscollege.org/l/movement_plants to see how plants respond to a stimulus, from opening to light, to wrapping a tendril around a branch, to capturing prey. Which example most clearly shows a way that humans can respond directly to a change in the environment? A. We shiver when we are cold and sweat when we are hot. B. We walk by putting our front leg forward and pushing off with our back leg. C. We are able to breathe in and out unconsciously. D. Our hair and fingernails grow at a constant rate over time. Reproduction. Single-celled organisms reproduce by first duplicating their DNA, and then dividing it equally as the cell prepares to divide to form 2 new cells. Multicellular organisms often produce specialized reproductive germline cells that will form new individuals. When reproduction occurs, genes containing DNA are passed along to an organism's offspring. These genes ensure that the offspring will belong to the same species and will have similar characteristics, such as size and shape. Growth and development. Organisms grow and develop following specific instructions coded for by their genes. These genes provide instructions that 22 Chapter 1 The Study of Life. This OpenStax book is available for free at http://cnx.org/content/call12078/1.6. Will direct cellular growth and development, ensuring that a species young, figure 1.12, will grow up to exhibit many of the same characteristics as its parents. Figure 1.12 Although no two look alike, these kittens have inherited genes from both parents and share many of the same characteristics. Credit, Rocky Mountain Feline Rescue. Regulation. Even the smallest organisms are complex and require multiple regulatory mechanisms to coordinate internal functions, respond to stimuli, and cope with environmental stresses. 2 examples of internal functions regulated in an organism are nutrient transport and blood flow. Organs, groups of tissues working together, perform specific functions, such as carrying oxygen throughout the body, removing wastes, delivering nutrients to every cell, and cooling the body. Homeostasis. Figure 1.13 Polar bears, Ursus maritimus, and other mammals living in ice-covered regions maintain their body temperature by generating heat and reducing heat loss through thick fur and a dense layer of fat under their skin. Credit, Longhorn Dave/Flicker. In order to function properly, cells need to have appropriate conditions such as proper temperature, pH, and appropriate concentration of diverse chemicals. These conditions may, however, change from one moment to the next. Organisms are able to maintain internal conditions within a narrow range almost constantly, despite environmental changes, through homeostasis, literally, steady state. For example, an organism needs to regulate body temperature through a process known as thermoregulation. Organisms that live in cold climates, such as the polar bear, figure 1.13, have body structures that help them withstand low temperatures and conserve body heat. Structures that aid in this type of insulation include fur, feathers, blubber, and fat. In hot climates, organisms have methods, such as perspiration in humans or panting in dogs, that help them to shed excess body heat. Chapter 1 The Study of Life 23. Energy processing. Figure 1.14 The California condor, Gymnogyps californianus, uses chemical energy derived from food to power flight. California condors are an endangered species. This bird has a wing tag that helps biologists identify the individual. Credit, Pacific Southwest Region U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. All organisms use a source of energy for their metabolic activities. Some organisms capture energy from the sun and convert it into chemical energy in food, others use chemical energy in molecules they take in as food, figure 1.14. Activity. Select an ecosystem of your choice, such as a tropical rainforest, desert, or coral reef, and create a representation to show how several organisms found in the ecosystem interact with each other and the environment. Then, using similarities and differences among the organisms, make a hypothesis about their relatedness. Consider the levels of organization of the biological world and create a diagram to place these items in order from the smallest level of organization to the most encompassing: skin cell, planet Earth, elephant, tropical rainforest, water molecule, liver, wolf pack, and oxygen atom. Justify the reason why you placed the items in the hierarchy that you did. Think about it. Homeostasis, the ability to stay the same, is a feature shared by all living organisms. You go for a long walk on a hot day. Describe how homeostasis keeps your body healthy even though you are sweating profusely. Then describe an example of an adaptation that evolved in a desert plant or animal that allows them to survive in extreme temperatures. Levels of organization of living things. Living things are highly organized and structured, following a hierarchy that can be examined on a scale from small to large. The atom is the smallest and most fundamental unit of matter. It consists of a nucleus surrounded by electrons. Atoms form molecules. A molecule is a chemical structure consisting of at least two atoms held together by one or more chemical bonds. Many molecules that are biologically important are macromolecules, large molecules that are typically formed by polymerization. A polymer is a large molecule that is made by combining smaller units called monomers, which are simpler. 24 Chapter 1 The Study of Life. This OpenStax book is available for free at http://cnx.org/content/call12078/1.6. Then macromolecules. An example of a macromolecule is deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA, figure 1.15, which contains the instructions for the structure and functioning of all living organisms. Figure 1.15 All molecules, including this DNA molecule, are composed of atoms. Credit, Brian0918/Wikimedia Commons. Watch this video, http://openstaxcollege.org/l/rotating_DNA, http://openstaxcollege.org/l/rotating_DNA that animates the three-dimensional structure of the DNA molecule shown in this figure. The word helix means spiral. What does this tell you about the structure of DNA, which is a double helix macromolecule? A. The nucleotides of the two strands bond together with spiral bonds. B. A double-stranded DNA molecule has two spiral strands bound together. C. DNA is a double helix because it has two spiral strands held together like a spiral staircase. D. Nucleotides are spiral-shaped molecules that bond together to form DNA. Chapter 1 The Study of Life 25. Some cells contain aggregates of macromolecules surrounded by membranes. These are called organelles. Organelles are small structures that exist within cells. Examples of organelles include mitochondria and chloroplasts, which carry out indispensable functions. Mitochondria produce energy to power the cell, while chloroplasts enable green plants to utilize the energy in sunlight to make sugars. All living things are made of cells. The cell itself is the smallest fundamental unit of structure and function in living.
즉시 밟다 밟다 즉시 밟다 노동자 하나씩 식물 꺼지다 자격 대단히 감동하다 큰 길, 의견, 더하다, 반말, 테이블, 연애,
달라지다.
계약, 숨, 속하다, 저녁 때, 복도, 내밀다, 초보, 고구마, 효과, 안타깝다, 봉지, 마찬가지, 진행하다, 목도리, 신체, 한턱 내다, 신체, 한턱 내다, 기준, 쇼핑센터, 점차 붓다 수입 파 녹음하다 괜히 문제점 달려가다 목표 믿음 농사 믿음 농사 담다 미소 얼른 강조하다 모래 주여 먹이다 세계적 유럽 각 선선하다 금연 마음대로 속상하다 예전 추억 수 많다
젊은이
공기 늘리다.
학습.
어쨌든 사물 보여주다. 가짜 고추 발생하다. 밤색 예술가 드레스 취하다. 빛 취하다. 빛 태양 차리다. 일단 집들이 숙소 끊어지다. 경기장 원숭이 창피하다. 누구나 적당히 적당히 적어도 고백하다. 형님, 일반적, 떨리다. 판매, 베트남,
문자,
다가오다. 전국, 숲, 양치질하다. 그리, 양파, 위층,
판단하다.
바보, 태극기, 쌓이다. 소문, 어려움, 전자의 넘어가다.
문법,
몰래, 무시하다. 프로, 법, 가죽,
인정하다,
한쪽 우동 달려오다 우동 달려오다 신경 때때로
계산기
따다 박사 꽃다발 어색하다 마음속 기초 햇살 주장하다 펜
어차피
무서워하다 무역 물속 연두색 놓이다 판희 넘어 기록하다 고객 농업 지붕 개발하다 추위 고통 병들다 과학자 꿀 예절 예절 이루어지다 최선 왠지
후회하다.
몸무게 통일 끄덕이다
일정,
에너지 구체적 견디다 관리 그만큼 포함하다 새끼 철 새끼 철 받아 쓰다 확실히 받아 쓰다. 확실히. 오징어.
종교,
묵다. 촬영. 마침내. 향하다. 만남. 공동. 가득하다. 소비자. 와이셔츠. 이익. 신나다. 상황.
흙,
상황.
흙,
참석하다. 밤새도록. 탑자. 싸움하다. 역사적. 밥속. 충격. 쏟다. 상대방. 겨우. 복사하다. 가스. 조상. 꿈이다. 미술 주의 적극적 날아가다 수표 흔히 저축하다 낮잠 교포 담기다 교포 담기다 근무
코피
건축 멀어지다 주인공 곁 발달하다 패션
평화
조심스럽다 토론 너무나 존댓말 가리다 최초 그녀 고려하다 어둠 양 흔들리다 야외 마늘 사회적 쥐다 관객 스카프 평범하다 마치 애완동물 다가가다 업무 한숨 적 맡기다 외삼촌 살짝 상하다 사이다 배경 벌어지다 전체적 벌어지다.
Psychological research. Figure 2.1 How does television content impact children's behavior? Credit, modification of work by Antisocial Tory /Flickr. Chapter outline. 2.1 Why is research important? 2.2 Approaches to research. 2.3 Analyzing findings. 2.4 Ethics. Introduction. Have you ever wondered whether the violence you see on television affects your behavior? Are you more likely to behave aggressively in real life after watching people behave violently in dramatic situations on the screen? Or could seeing fictional violence actually get aggression out of your system, causing you to be more peaceful? How are children influenced by the media they are exposed to? A psychologist interested in the relationship between behavior and exposure to violent images might ask these very questions. The topic of violence in the media today is contentious. Since ancient times, humans have been concerned about the effects of new technologies on our behaviors and thinking processes. The Greek philosopher Socrates, for example, worried that writing, a new technology at that time, would diminish people's ability to remember because they could rely on written records rather than committing information to memory. In our world of quickly changing technologies, questions about the effects of media continue to emerge. Many of us find ourselves with a strong opinion on these issues, only to find the person next to us bristling with the opposite view. How can we go about finding answers that are supported not by mere opinion, but by evidence that we can all agree on? The findings of psychological research can help us navigate issues like this. Chapter 2 Psychological Research 35. Psychology. Senior Control. Access. YI. Memory. In our world of quickly changing technologies, questions about the effects of media continue to emerge. How can we go about finding? Chapter 2 Psychology. Learning objectives. By the end of this section, you will be able to explain how scientific research addresses questions about behavior, discuss how scientific research guides public policy, appreciate how scientific research can be important in making personal decisions. Scientific research is a critical tool for successfully navigating our complex world. Without it, we would be forced to rely solely on intuition, other people's authority, and blind luck. While many of us feel confident in our abilities to decipher and interact with the world around us, history is filled with examples of how very wrong we can be when we fail to recognize the need for evidence in supporting claims. At various times in history, we would have been certain that the sun revolved around a flat earth, that the earth's continents did not move, and that mental illness was caused by possession. Figure 2.2. It is through systematic scientific research that we divest ourselves of our preconceived notions and superstitions and gain an objective understanding of ourselves and our world. Figure 2.2. Some of our ancestors, across the world and over the centuries, believed that trephination, the practice of making a hole in the skull, as shown here, allowed evil spirits to leave the body, thus curing mental illness and other disorders. Credit, Type Project /Flickr. The goal of all scientists is to better understand the world around them. Psychologists focus their attention on understanding behavior, as well as the cognitive, mental, and physiological, body, processes that underlie behavior. In contrast to other methods that people use to understand the behavior of others, such as intuition and personal experience, the hallmark of scientific research is that there is evidence to support a claim. Scientific knowledge is empirical. It is grounded in objective, tangible evidence that can be observed time and time again, regardless of who is observing. While behavior is observable, the mind is not. If someone is crying, we can see behavior. However, the reason for the behavior is more difficult to determine. Is the person crying due to being sad, in pain, or happy? Sometimes we can learn the reason for someone's behavior by simply asking a question, like, why are you crying? However, there are situations in which an individual is either uncomfortable or unwilling to answer the question honestly, or is incapable of answering. For example, infants would not be able to explain why they are crying. In such circumstances, the psychologist must be creative in finding ways to better understand behavior. This chapter explores how scientific knowledge is generated, and how important that knowledge is informing decisions in our personal lives and in the public domain. 36 Chapter 2 Psychological Research. This OpenStax book is available for free at https://cnx.org/content/call11629/1.5. Use of research information. Trying to determine which theories are and are not accepted by the scientific community can be difficult, especially in an area of research as broad as psychology. More than ever before, we have an incredible amount of information at our fingertips, and a simple internet search on any given research topic might result in a number of contradictory studies. In these cases, we are witnessing the scientific community going through the process of reaching a consensus, and it could be quite some time before a consensus emerges. For example, the hypothesized link between exposure to media violence and subsequent aggression has been debated in the scientific community for roughly 60 years. Even today, we will find detractors, but a consensus is building. Several professional organizations view media violence exposure as a risk factor for actual violence, including the American Medical Association, the American Psychiatric Association, and the American Psychological Association, American Academy of Pediatrics, American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, American Psychological Association, American Medical Association, American Academy of Family Physicians, American Psychiatric Association, 2000. In the meantime, we should strive to think critically about the information we encounter by exercising a degree of healthy skepticism. When someone makes a claim, we should examine the claim from a number of different perspectives. What is the expertise of the person making the claim? What might they gain if the claim is valid? Does the claim seem justified given the evidence? And what do other researchers think of the claim? This is especially important when we consider how much information in advertising campaigns and on the internet claims to be based on scientific evidence, when in actuality it is a belief or perspective of just a few individuals trying to sell a product or draw attention to their perspectives. We should be informed consumers of the information made available to us because decisions based on this information have significant consequences. One such consequence can be seen in politics and public policy. Imagine that you have been elected as the governor of your state. One of your responsibilities is to manage the state budget and determine how to best spend your constituents' tax dollars. As the new governor, you need to decide whether to continue funding the DARI, Drug Abuse Resistance Education, program in public schools, figure 2.3. This program typically involves police officers coming into the classroom to educate students about the dangers of becoming involved with alcohol and other drugs. According to the DARI website, www.dare.org, this program has been very popular since its inception in 1983, and it is currently operating in 75% of school districts in the United States and in more than 40 countries worldwide. Sounds like an easy decision, right? However, on closer review, you discover that the vast majority of research into this program consistently suggests that participation has little, if any, effect on whether or not someone uses alcohol or other drugs. Clayton, Cattarello, and Johnstone, 1996, Ennett, Tobler, Ringwald, and Flewelling, 1994, Lynham et al., 1999, Ringwald, Ennett, and Holt, 1991. If you are committed to being a good steward of taxpayer money, will you fund this particular program, or will you try to find other programs that research has consistently demonstrated to be effective? Figure 2.3. The DARI program continues to be popular in schools around the world despite research suggesting that it is ineffective. Chapter 2 Psychological Research 37. Watch this news report, https://youtube.be/07w_c1lh-2, https://youtube.be/07w_c1lh-toto. Learn more about some of the controversial issues surrounding the DARI program. Ultimately, it is not just politicians who can benefit from using research in guiding their decisions. We all might look to research from time to time when making decisions in our lives. Imagine you just found out that a close friend has breast cancer or that one of your young relatives has recently been diagnosed with autism. In either case, you want to know which treatment options are most successful with the fewest side effects. How would you find that out? You would probably talk with your doctor and personally review the research that has been done on various treatment options, always with a critical eye to ensure that you are as informed as possible. In the end, research is what makes the difference between facts and opinions. Facts are observable realities, and opinions are personal judgments, conclusions, or attitudes that may or may not be accurate. In the scientific community, facts can be established only using evidence collected through empirical research. The process of scientific research. Scientific knowledge is advanced through a process known as the scientific method. Basically, ideas, in the form of theories and hypotheses, are tested against the real world, in the form of empirical observations, and those empirical observations lead to more ideas that are tested against the real world, and so on. In this sense, the scientific process is circular. The types of reasoning within the circle are called deductive and inductive. In deductive reasoning, ideas are tested against the empirical world. In inductive reasoning, empirical observations lead to new ideas, figure 2.4. These processes are inseparable, like inhaling and exhaling, but different research approaches place different emphasis on the deductive and inductive aspects. Figure 2.4 Psychological research relies on both inductive and deductive reasoning. In the scientific context, deductive reasoning begins with a generalization, one hypothesis, that is then used to reach logical conclusions about the real world. If the hypothesis is correct, then the logical conclusions reached through deductive reasoning should also be correct. A deductive reasoning argument might go something like this: all living things require energy to survive. This would be your hypothesis. Ducks are living things. Therefore, ducks require energy to survive. Logical conclusion. In this example. Link to learning. 38 Chapter 2 Psychological Research. This OpenStax book is available for free at https://cnx.org/content/call11629/1.5. The hypothesis is correct, therefore, the conclusion is correct as well. Sometimes, however, an incorrect hypothesis may lead to a logical but incorrect conclusion. Consider this argument: all ducks are born with the ability to see. Quackers is a duck. Therefore, Quackers was born with the ability to see. Scientists use deductive reasoning to empirically test their hypotheses. Returning to the example of the ducks, researchers might design a study to test the hypothesis that if all living things require energy to survive, then ducks will be found to require energy to survive. Deductive reasoning starts with a generalization that is tested against real-world observations. However, inductive reasoning moves in the opposite direction. Inductive reasoning uses empirical observations to construct broad generalizations. Unlike deductive reasoning, conclusions drawn from inductive reasoning may or may not be correct, regardless of the observations on which they are based. For instance, you may notice that your favorite fruits, apples, bananas, and oranges, all grow on trees. Therefore, you assume that all fruit must grow on trees. This would be an example of inductive reasoning, and, clearly, the existence of strawberries, blueberries, and kiwi demonstrate that this generalization is not correct despite it being based on a number of direct observations. Scientists use inductive reasoning to formulate theories, which in turn generate hypotheses that are tested with deductive reasoning. In the end, science involves both deductive and inductive processes. For example, case studies, which you will read about in the next section, are heavily weighted on the side of empirical observations. Thus, case studies are closely associated with inductive processes as researchers gather massive amounts of observations and seek interesting patterns, new ideas, in the data. Experimental research, on the other hand, puts great emphasis on deductive reasoning. Play this Deal Me an interactive card game, http://openstaxcollege.org/ldealmain, http://openstaxcollege.org/ldealmain, to practice using inductive reasoning. We've stated that theories and hypotheses are ideas, but what sort of ideas are they, exactly? A theory is a well-developed set of ideas that propose an explanation for observed phenomena. Theories are repeatedly checked against the world, but they tend to be too complex to be tested all at once. Instead, researchers create hypotheses to test specific aspects of a theory. A hypothesis is a testable prediction about how the world will behave if our idea is correct, and it is often worded as an if-then statement. Example: if I study all night, I will get a passing grade on the test. The hypothesis is extremely important because it bridges the gap between the realm of ideas and the real world. As specific hypotheses are tested, theories are modified and refined to reflect and incorporate the result of these tests. Figure 2.5. Link to learning. Chapter 2 Psychological Research 39. Figure 2.5 The scientific method of research includes proposing hypotheses, conducting research, and creating or modifying theories based on results. To see how this process works, let's consider a specific theory and a hypothesis that might be generated from that theory. As you'll learn in a later chapter, the James Lange theory of emotion asserts that emotional experience relies on the physiological arousal associated with the emotional state. If you walked out of your home and discovered a very aggressive snake waiting on your doorstep, your heart would begin to race and your stomach churn. According to the James Lange theory, these physiological changes would result in your feeling of fear. A hypothesis that could be derived from this theory might be that a person who is unaware of the physiological arousal that the sight of the snake elicits will not feel fear. A scientific hypothesis is also falsifiable, or capable of being shown to be incorrect. Recall from the introductory chapter that Sigmund Freud had lots of interesting ideas to explain various human behaviors, figure 2.6. However, a major criticism of Freud's theories is that many of his ideas are not falsifiable. For example, it is impossible to imagine empirical observations that would disprove the existence of the ID, the ego, and the superego, the three elements of personality described in Freud's theories. Despite this, Freud's theories are widely taught in introductory psychology texts because of their historical significance for personality psychology and psychotherapy, and these remain the root of all modern forms of therapy. 40 Chapter 2 Psychological Research. This OpenStax book is available for free at https://cnx.org/content/call11629/1.5. Figure 2.6 Many of the specifics of A. Freud's theories, such as B. his division of the mind into ID, ego, and superego, have fallen out of favor in recent decades because they are not falsifiable. In broader strokes, his views set the stage for much of psychological thinking today, such as the unconscious nature of the majority of psychological processes. In contrast, the James Lange theory does generate falsifiable hypotheses, such as the one described above. Some individuals who suffer significant injuries to their spinal columns are unable to feel the bodily changes that often accompany emotional experiences. Therefore, we could test the hypothesis by determining how emotional experiences differ between individuals who have the ability to detect these changes in their physiological arousal and those who do not. In fact, this research has been conducted, and while the emotional experiences of people deprived of an awareness of their physiological arousal may be less intense, they still experience emotion. Chwalis, Diener, and Gallagher, 1988. Scientific research's dependence on falsifiability allows for great confidence in the information that it produces. Typically, by the time information is accepted by the scientific community, it has been tested repeatedly. Visit this website, http://openstackscollege.org/l/mystery, http://openstackscollege.org/l/mystery to apply the scientific method and practice its steps by using them to solve a murder mystery, determine why a student is in trouble, and design an experiment to test house paint. Link to learning. Chapter 2 Psychological Research 41. 2.2 Approaches to Research. Learning objectives. By the end of this section, you will be able to describe the different research methods used by psychologists, discuss the strengths and weaknesses of case studies, naturalistic observation, surveys, and archival research, compare longitudinal and cross-sectional approaches to research. There are many research methods available to psychologists in their efforts to understand, describe, and explain behavior and the cognitive and biological processes that underlie it. Some methods rely on observational techniques. Other approaches involve interactions between the researcher and the individuals who are being studied, ranging from a series of simple questions to extensive, in-depth interviews, to well-controlled experiments. Each of these research methods has unique strengths and weaknesses, and each method may only be appropriate for certain types of research questions. For example, studies that rely primarily on observation produce incredible amounts of information, but the ability to apply this information to the larger population is somewhat limited because of small sample sizes. Survey research, on the other hand, allows researchers to easily collect data from relatively large samples. While this allows for results to be generalized to the larger population more easily, the information that can be collected on any given survey is somewhat limited and subject to problems associated with any type of self-reported data. Some researchers conduct archival research by using existing records. While this can be a fairly inexpensive way to collect data that can provide insight into a number of research questions, researchers using this approach have no control on how or what kind of data was collected. All of the methods described thus far are correlational in nature. This means that researchers can speak to important relationships that might exist between two or more variables of interest. However, correlational data cannot be used to make claims about cause and effect relationships. Correlational research can find a relationship between two variables, but the only way a researcher can claim that the relationship between the variables is cause and effect is to perform an experiment. In experimental research, which will be discussed later in this chapter, there is a tremendous amount of control over variables of interest. While this is a powerful approach, experiments are often conducted in very artificial settings. This calls into question the validity of experimental findings with regard to how they would apply in real-world settings. In addition, many of the questions that psychologists would like to answer cannot be pursued through experimental research because of ethical concerns. Clinical or case studies. In 2011, the New York Times published a feature story on Krista and Tatiana Hogan, Canadian twin girls. These particular twins are unique because Krista and Tatiana are conjoined twins, connected at the head. There is evidence that the two girls are connected in a part of the brain called the thalamus, which is a major sensory relay center. Most incoming sensory information is sent through the thalamus before reaching higher regions of the cerebral cortex for processing. 42 Chapter 2 Psychological Research. This OpenStax book is available for free at https://cnx.org/content/call 11629/1.5. To learn more about Krista and Tatiana, watch this New York Times video, http://openstackscollege.org/l/hogans, http://openstackscollege.org/l/hogans about their lives. The implications of this potential connection mean that it might be possible for one twin to experience the sensations of the other twin. For instance, if Krista is watching a particularly funny television program, Tatiana might smile or laugh even if she is not watching the program. This particular possibility has piqued the interest of many neuroscientists who seek to understand how the brain uses sensory information. These twins represent an enormous resource in the study of the brain, and since their condition is very rare, it is likely that as long as their family agrees, scientists will follow these girls very closely throughout their lives to gain as much information as possible. Dominus, 2011. In observational research, scientists are conducting a clinical or case study when they focus on one person or just a few individuals. Indeed, some scientists spend their entire careers studying just 10 to 20 individuals. Why would they do this? Obviously, when they focus their attention on a very small number of people, they can gain a tremendous amount of insight into those cases. The richness of information that is collected in clinical or case studies is unmatched by any other single research method. This allows the researcher to have a very deep understanding of the individuals and the particular phenomenon being studied. If clinical or case studies provide so much information, why are they not more frequent among researchers? As it turns out, the major benefit of this particular approach is also a weakness. As mentioned earlier, this approach is often used when studying individuals who are interesting to researchers because they have a rare characteristic. Therefore, the individuals who serve as the focus of case studies are not like most other people. If scientists ultimately want to explain all behavior, focusing attention on such a special group of people can make it difficult to generalize any observations to the larger population as a whole. Generalizing refers to the ability to apply the findings of a particular research project to larger segments of society. Again, case studies provide enormous amounts of information, but since the cases are so specific, the potential to apply what's learned to the average person may be very limited. Naturalistic observation. If you want to understand how behavior occurs, one of the best ways to gain information is to simply observe the behavior in its natural context. However, people might change their behavior in unexpected ways if they know they are being observed. How do researchers obtain accurate information when people tend to hide their natural behavior? As an example, imagine that your professor asks everyone in your class to raise their hand if they always wash their hands after using the restroom. Chances are that almost everyone in the classroom will raise their hand, but do you think hand washing after every trip to the restroom is really that universal? This is very similar to the phenomenon mentioned earlier in this chapter. Many individuals do not feel comfortable answering a question honestly. But if we are committed to finding out the facts about hand washing, we have other options available to us. Suppose we send a classmate into the restroom to actually watch whether everyone washes their hands after using the restroom. Will our observer blend into the restroom environment by wearing a white lab coat, sitting with a clipboard, and staring at the sinks? We want our researcher to be inconspicuous, perhaps standing at one of the sinks pretending to put in contact lenses while secretly. Link to learning. Chapter 2 Psychological Research 43. Recording the relevant information. This type of observational study is called naturalistic observation, observing behavior in its natural setting. To better understand peer exclusion, Suzanne Fanger collaborated with colleagues at the University of Texas to observe the behavior of preschool children on a playground. How did the observers remain inconspicuous over the duration of the study? They equipped a few of the children with wireless microphones, which the children quickly forgot about and observed while taking notes from a distance. Also, the children in that particular preschool, laboratory preschool, were accustomed to having observers on the playground. Fanger, Frankel, and Hazen, 2012. It is critical that the observer be as unobtrusive and as inconspicuous as possible. When people know they are being watched, they are less likely to behave naturally. If you have any doubt about this, ask yourself how your driving behavior might differ in two situations. In the first situation, you are driving down a deserted highway during the middle of the day. In the second situation, you are being followed by a police car down the same deserted highway. Figure 2.7. Figure 2.7. Seeing a police car behind you would probably affect your driving behavior. Credit, Michael Gill. It should be pointed out that naturalistic observation is not limited to research involving humans. Indeed, some of the best-known examples of naturalistic observation involve researchers going into the field to observe various kinds of animals in their own environments. As with human studies, the researchers maintain their distance and avoid interfering with the animal subjects so as not to influence their natural behaviors. Scientists have used this technique to study social hierarchies and interactions among animals ranging from ground squirrels to gorillas. The information provided by these studies is invaluable in understanding how those animals organize socially and communicate with one another. The anthropologist Jane Goodall, for example, spent nearly 5 decades observing the behavior of chimpanzees in Africa, figure 2.8. As an illustration of the types of concerns that a researcher might encounter in naturalistic observation, some scientists criticized Goodall for giving the chimps names instead of referring to them by numbers. Using names was thought to undermine the emotional detachment required for the objectivity of the study. McKee, 2010. Figure 2.8. A. Jane Goodall made a career of conducting naturalistic observations of B. chimpanzee behavior. Credit, Jane Goodall, modification of work by Eric Hersman, chimpanzee, modification of work by AfricaForce/Flickr.com. The greatest benefit of naturalistic observation is the validity, or accuracy, of information collected. 44 Chapter 2 Psychological Research. This OpenStax book is available for free at https://cnx.org/content/call 11629/1.5. Unobtrusively in a natural setting. Having individuals behave as they normally would in a given situation means that we have a higher degree of ecological validity, or realism, than we might achieve with other research approaches. Therefore, our ability to generalize the findings of the research to real-world situations is enhanced. If done correctly, we need not worry about people or animals modifying their behavior simply because they are being observed. Sometimes, people may assume that reality programs give us a glimpse into authentic human behavior. However, the principle of inconspicuous observation is violated as reality stars are followed by camera crews and are interviewed on camera for personal confessionals. Given that environment, we must doubt how natural and realistic their behaviors are. The major downside of naturalistic observation is that they are often difficult to set up and control. In our restroom study, what if you stood in the restroom all day prepared to record people's hand-washing behavior and no one came in? Or, what if you have been closely observing a troop of gorillas for weeks only to find that they migrated to a new place while you were sleeping in your tent? The benefit of realistic data comes at a cost. As a researcher, you have no control of when, or if, you have behavior to observe. In addition, this type of observational research often requires significant investments of time, money, and a good dose of luck. Sometimes studies involve structured observation. In these cases, people are observed while engaging in set, specific tasks. An excellent example of structured observation comes from Strange Situation by Mary Ainsworth. You will read more about this in the chapter on lifespan development. The strange situation is a procedure used to evaluate attachment styles that exist between an infant and caregiver. In this scenario, caregivers bring their infants into a room filled with toys. The strange situation involves a number of phases, including a stranger coming into the room, the caregiver leaving the room, and the caregiver's return to the room. The infant's behavior is closely monitored at each phase, but it is the behavior of the infant upon being reunited with the caregiver that is most telling in terms of characterizing the infant's attachment style with the caregiver. Another potential problem in observational research is observer bias. Generally, people who act as observers are closely involved in the research project and may unconsciously skew their observations to fit their research goals or expectations. To protect against this type of bias, researchers should have clear criteria established for the types of behaviors recorded and how those behaviors should be classified. In addition, researchers often compare observations of the same event by multiple observers in order to test inter-rater reliability, a measure of reliability that assesses the consistency of observations by different observers. Surveys. Often, psychologists develop surveys as a means of gathering data. Surveys are lists of questions to be answered by research participants and can be delivered as paper and pencil questionnaires, administered electronically, or conducted verbally, figure 2.9. Generally, the survey itself can be completed in a short time, and the ease of administering a survey makes it easy to collect data from a large number of people. Surveys allow researchers to gather data from larger samples than may be afforded by other research methods. A sample is a subset of individuals selected from a population, which is the overall group of individuals that the researchers are interested in. Researchers study the sample and seek to generalize their findings to the population. Chapter 2 Psychological Research 45. Figure 2.9 Surveys can be administered in a number of ways, including electronically administered research, like the survey shown here. Credit, Robert Nyman. There is both strength and weakness of the survey in comparison to case studies. By using surveys, we can collect information from a larger sample of people. A larger sample is better able to reflect the actual diversity of the population, thus allowing better generalizability. Therefore, if our sample is sufficiently large and diverse, we can assume that the data we collect from a survey can be generalized to the larger population with more certainty than the information collected through a case study. However, given the greater number of people involved, we are not able to collect the same depth of information on each person that would be collected in a case study. Another potential weakness of surveys is something we touched on earlier in this chapter. People don't always give accurate responses. They may lie, misremember, or answer questions in a way that they think makes them look good. For example, people may report drinking less alcohol than is actually the case. Any number of research questions can be answered through the use of surveys. One real-world example is the research conducted by Jenkins, Ruppel, Kaiser, Yell, and Griffin, 2012, about the backlash against the U.S. Arab-American community following the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001. Jenkins and colleagues wanted to determine to what extent these negative attitudes toward Arab Americans still existed nearly a decade after the attacks occurred. In one study, 140 research participants filled out a survey with 10 questions, including questions asking directly about the participants' overt prejudicial attitudes toward people of various ethnicities. The survey also asked indirect questions about how likely the participant would be to interact with a person of a given ethnicity in a variety of settings, such as, how likely do you think it is that you would introduce yourself to a person of Arab American descent? The results of the research suggested that participants were unwilling to report prejudicial attitudes toward any ethnic group. However, there were significant differences between their pattern of responses to questions about social interaction with Arab Americans compared to other ethnic groups. They indicated less willingness for social interaction with Arab Americans compared to the other ethnic groups. This suggested that the participants harbored subtle forms of prejudice against Arab Americans, despite their assertions that this was not the case. Jenkins et al., 2012. Archival research. Some researchers gain access to large amounts of data without interacting with a single research participant. Instead, they use existing records to answer various research questions. This type of research approach is known as archival research. Archival research relies on looking at past records or data sets to look for interesting patterns or relationships. For example, a researcher might access the academic records of all individuals who enrolled in college within the past 10 years and calculate how long it took them to complete their degrees, as well as course loads, grades, and extracurricular involvement. Archival research could provide important information. 46 Chapter 2 Psychological Research. This OpenStax book is available for free at https://cnx.org/content/call11629/1.5. About who is most likely to complete their education, and it could help identify important risk factors for struggling students. Figure 2.10. Figure 2.10. A researcher doing archival research examines records, whether archived as A, hard copy, or B, electronically. Credit, paper files, modification of work by Newtown Graffiti/Flickr, computer, modification of work by Inpivic Family/Flickr. In comparing archival research to other research methods, there are several important distinctions. For one, the researcher employing archival research never directly interacts with research participants. Therefore, the investment of time and money to collect data is considerably less with archival research. Additionally, researchers have no control over what information was originally collected. Therefore, research questions have to be tailored so they can be answered within the structure of the existing data sets. There is also no guarantee of consistency between the records from one source to another, which might make comparing and contrasting different data sets problematic. Longitudinal and cross-sectional research. Sometimes we want to see how people change over time, as in studies of human development and lifespan. When we test the same group of individuals repeatedly over an extended period of time, we are conducting longitudinal research. Longitudinal research is a research design in which data gathering is administered repeatedly over an extended period of time. For example, we may survey a group of individuals about their dietary habits at age 20, retest them a decade later at age 30, and then again at age 40. Another approach is cross-sectional research. In cross-sectional research, a researcher compares multiple segments of the population at the same time. Using the dietary habits example above, the researcher might directly compare different groups of people by age. Instead, a group of people for 20 years to see how their dietary habits changed from decade to decade, the researcher would study a group of 20-year-old individuals and compare them to a group of 30-year-old individuals and a group of 40-year-old individuals. While cross-sectional research requires a shorter-term investment, it is also limited by differences that exist between the different generations, or cohorts, that have nothing to do with age per se, but rather reflect the social and cultural experiences of different generations of individuals make them different from one another. To illustrate this concept, consider the following survey findings. In recent years there has been significant growth in the popular support of same-sex marriage. Many studies on this topic break down survey participants into different age groups. In general, younger people are more supportive of same-sex marriage than are those who are older. Jones, 2013. Does this mean that as we age we become less open to the idea of same-sex marriage, or does this mean that older individuals have different perspectives because of the social climates in which they grew up? Longitudinal research is a powerful approach because the same individuals are involved in the research project over time, which means that the researchers need to be less concerned with differences among cohorts affecting the results of their study. Often longitudinal studies are employed when researching various diseases in an effort to understand. Chapter 2 Psychological Research 47. Particular risk factors. Such studies often involve tens of thousands of individuals who are followed for several decades. Given the enormous number of people involved in these studies, researchers can feel confident that their findings can be generalized to the larger population. The Cancer Prevention Study 3, CPS-3, is one of a series of longitudinal studies sponsored by the American Cancer Society aimed at determining predictive risk factors associated with cancer. When participants enter the study, they complete a survey about their lives and family histories, providing information on factors that might cause or prevent the development of cancer. Then every few years the participants receive additional surveys to complete. In the end, hundreds of thousands of participants will be tracked over 20 years to determine which of them develop cancer and which do not. Clearly, this type of research is important and potentially very informative. For instance, earlier longitudinal studies sponsored by the American Cancer Society provided some of the first scientific demonstrations of the now well-established links between increased rates of cancer and smoking. American Cancer Society, ND. Figure 2.11. Figure 2.11 Longitudinal research like the CPS-3 help us to better understand how smoking is associated with cancer and other diseases. Credit, CDC/Deborah Cartagena. As with any research strategy, longitudinal research is not without limitations. For one, these studies require an incredible time investment by the researcher and research participants. Given that some longitudinal studies take years, if not decades, to complete, the results will not be known for a considerable period of time. In addition to the time demands, these studies also require a substantial financial investment. Many researchers are unable to commit the resources necessary to see a longitudinal project through to the end. Research participants must also be willing to continue their participation for an extended period of time, and this can be problematic. People move, get married and take new names, get ill, and eventually die. Even without significant life changes, some people may simply choose to discontinue their participation in the project. As a result, the attrition rates, or reduction in the number of research participants due to dropouts, in longitudinal studies are quite high and increases over the course of a project. For this reason, researchers using this approach typically recruit many participants fully expecting that a substantial number will drop out before the end. As the study progresses, they continually check whether the sample still represents the larger population, and make adjustments as necessary. 48 Chapter 2 Psychological Research. This OpenStax book is available for free at https://cnx.org/content/call11629/1.5. 2.3 Analyzing Findings. Learning Objectives. By the end of this section, you will be able to explain what a correlation coefficient tells us about the relationship between variables. Recognize that correlation does not indicate a cause and effect relationship between variables. Discuss our tendency to look for relationships between variables that do not really exist. Explain random sampling and assignment of participants into experimental and control. Groups discuss how experimenter or participant bias could affect the results of an experiment. Identify independent and dependent variables. Did you know that as sales in ice cream increase, so does the overall rate of crime? Is it possible that indulging in your favorite flavor of ice cream could send you on a crime spree? Or, after committing crime, do you think you might decide to treat yourself to a cone? There is no question that a relationship exists between ice cream and crime, example, Harper, 2013, but it would be pretty foolish to decide that one thing actually caused the other to occur. It is much more likely that both ice cream sales and crime rates are related to the temperature outside. When the temperature is warm, there are lots of people out of their houses, interacting with each other, getting annoyed with one another, and sometimes committing crimes. Also, when it is warm outside, we are more likely to seek a cool treat like ice cream. How do we determine if there is indeed a relationship between two things? And when there is a relationship, how can we discern whether it is attributable to coincidence or causation? Correlational research. Correlation means that there is a relationship between two or more variables, such as ice cream consumption and crime, but this relationship does not necessarily imply cause and effect. When two variables are correlated, it simply means that as one variable changes, so does the other. We can measure correlation by calculating a statistic known as a correlation coefficient. A correlation coefficient is a number from -1 to +1 that indicates the strength and direction of the relationship between variables. The correlation coefficient is usually represented by the letter R. The number portion of the correlation coefficient indicates the strength of the relationship. The closer the number is to 1, be it negative or positive, the more strongly related the variables are, and the more predictable changes in one variable will be as the other variable changes. The closer the number is to 0. The weaker the relationship, and the less predictable the relationships between the variables becomes. 4. Instance, a correlation coefficient of 0.9 indicates a far stronger relationship than a correlation coefficient of 0.3. If the variables are not related to one another at all, the correlation coefficient is 0. The example above about ice cream and crime is an example of two variables that we might expect to have no relationship to each other. The sign, positive or negative, of the correlation coefficient indicates the direction of the relationship, figure 2.12. A positive correlation means that the variables move in the same direction. Put another way, it means that as one variable increases so does the other, and conversely, when one variable decreases so does the other. A negative correlation means that the variables move in opposite directions. If two variables are negatively correlated, a decrease in one variable is associated with an increase in the other and vice versa. The example of ice cream and crime rates is a positive correlation because both variables increase when. Chapter 2 Psychological Research 49. Temperatures are warmer. Other examples of positive correlations are the relationship between an individual's height and weight or the relationship between a person's age and number of wrinkles. One might expect a negative correlation to exist between someone's tiredness during the day and the number of hours they slept the previous night. The amount of sleep decreases as the feelings of tiredness increase. In a real-world example of negative correlation, student researchers at the University of Minnesota found a weak negative correlation, R equals -0.29, between the average number of days per week that students got fewer than 5 hours of sleep and their GPA, Lowry, Dean, and Manders, 2010. Keep in mind that a negative correlation is not the same as no correlation. For example, we would probably find no correlation between hours of sleep and shoe size. As mentioned earlier, correlations have predictive value. Imagine that you are on the admissions committee of a major university. You are faced with a huge number of applications, but you are able to accommodate only a small percentage of the applicant pool. How might you decide who should be admitted? You might try to correlate your current student's college GPA with their scores on standardized tests like the SAT or ACT. By observing which correlations were strongest for your current students, you could use this information to predict relative success of those students who have applied for admission into the university. Figure 2.12 scatterplots are a graphical view of the strength and direction of correlations. The stronger the correlation, the closer the data points are to a straight line. In these examples, we see that there is a positive correlation between weight and height, b, a negative correlation between tiredness and hours of sleep, and c, no correlation between shoe size and hours of sleep. Manipulate this interactive scatterplot, http://openstackscollege.org/l/scatplot, http://openstackscollege.org/l/scatpilato. Practice your understanding of positive and negative correlation. Correlation does not indicate causation. Correlational research is useful because it allows us to discover the strength and direction of relationships that exist between two variables. However, correlation is limited because establishing the existence of a relationship tells us little about cause and effect. While variables are sometimes correlated because one does cause the other, it could also be that some other factor, a confounding variable, is actually causing the systematic movement in our variables of interest. In the ice cream/crime rate example mentioned earlier, temperature is a confounding variable that could account for the relationship between the two variables. Even when we cannot point to clear confounding variables, we should not assume that a correlation. Link to learning. 50 Chapter 2 Psychological Research. This OpenStax book is available for free at https://cnx.org/content/call11629/1.5. Between two variables implies that one variable causes changes in another. This can be frustrating when a cause and effect relationship seems clear and intuitive. Think back to our discussion of the research done by the American Cancer Society and how their research projects were some of the first demonstrations of the link between smoking and cancer. It seems reasonable to assume that smoking causes cancer, but if we were limited to correlational research, we would be overstepping our bounds by making this assumption. Unfortunately, people mistakenly make claims of causation as a function of correlations all the time. Such claims are especially common in advertisements and news stories. For example, recent research found that people who eat cereal on a regular basis achieve healthier weights than those who rarely eat cereal. Franson, Trevino, Econ, Garcia-Dominic, and DeMarco, 2013, Barton et al., 2005. Guess how the cereal companies report this finding? Does eating cereal really cause an individual to maintain a healthy weight, or are there other possible explanations, such as, someone at a healthy weight is more likely to regularly eat a healthy breakfast than someone who is obese or someone who avoids meals in an attempt to diet, figure 2.13? While correlational research is invaluable in identifying relationships among variables, a major limitation is the inability to establish causality. Psychologists want to make statements about cause and effect, but the only way to do that is to conduct an experiment to answer a research question. The next section describes how scientific experiments incorporate methods that eliminate, or control for, alternative explanations, which allow researchers to explore how changes in one variable cause changes in another variable. Figure 2.13 Does eating cereal really cause someone to be a healthy weight? Credit, Tim Skillern. Illusory correlations. The temptation to make erroneous cause and effect statements based on correlational research is not the only way we tend to misinterpret data. We also tend to make the mistake of illusory correlations, especially with unsystematic observations. Illusory correlations, or false correlations, occur when people believe that relationships exist between two things when no such relationship exists. One well-known illusory correlation is the supposed effect that the moon's phases have on human behavior. Many people passionately assert that human behavior is affected by the phase of the moon, and specifically, that people act strangely when the moon is full, figure 2.14. Figure 2.14 Many people believe that a full moon makes people behave oddly. Credit, Corey Zanker. There is no denying that the moon exerts a powerful influence on our planet. The ebb and flow of the Chapter 2 Psychological Research 51. Ocean's tides are tightly tied to the gravitational forces of the moon. Many people believe, therefore, that it is logical that we are affected by the moon as well. After all, our bodies are largely made up of water. A meta-analysis of nearly 40 studies consistently demonstrated, however, that the relationship between the moon and our behavior does not exist. Rotten and Kelly, 1985. While we may pay more attention to odd behavior during the full phase of the moon, the rates of odd behavior remain constant throughout the lunar cycle. Why are we so apt to believe in illusory correlations like this? Often we read or hear about them and simply accept the information as valid. Or, we have a hunch about how something works and then look for evidence to support that hunch, ignoring evidence that would tell us our hunch is false. This is known as confirmation bias. Other times, we find illusory correlations based on the information that comes most easily to mind, even if that information is severely limited. And while we may feel confident that we can use these relationships to better understand and predict the world around us, illusory correlations can have significant drawbacks. For example, research suggests that illusory correlations, in which certain behaviors are inaccurately attributed to certain groups, are involved in the formation of prejudicial attitudes that can ultimately lead to discriminatory behavior. Fiedler, 2004. Causality, conducting experiments and using the data. As you've learned, the only way to establish that there is a cause and effect relationship between two variables is to conduct a scientific experiment. Experiment has a different meaning in the scientific context than in everyday life. In everyday conversation, we often use it to describe trying something for the first time, such as experimenting with a new hairstyle or a new food. However, in the scientific context, an experiment has precise requirements for design and implementation. The experimental hypothesis. In order to conduct an experiment, a researcher must have a specific hypothesis to be tested. As you've learned, hypotheses can be formulated either through direct observation of the real world or after careful review of previous research. For example, if you think that children should not be allowed to watch violent programming on television because doing so would cause them to behave more violently, then you have basically formulated a hypothesis, namely, that watching violent television programs causes children to behave more violently. How might you have arrived at this particular hypothesis? You may have younger relatives who watch cartoons featuring characters using martial arts to save the world from evildoers, with an impressive array of punching, kicking, and defensive postures. You notice that after watching these programs for a while, your young relatives mimic the fighting behavior of the characters portrayed in the cartoon, figure 2.15. 52 Chapter 2 Psychological Research. This OpenStax book is available for free at https://cnx.org/content/call 11629/1.5. Figure 2.15. Seeing behavior like this right after a child watches violent television programming might lead you to hypothesize that viewing violent television programming leads to an increase in the display of violent behaviors. Credit, Emran Kasim. These sorts of personal observations are what often lead us to formulate a specific hypothesis, but we cannot use limited personal observations and anecdotal evidence to rigorously test our hypothesis. Instead, to find out if real-world data supports our hypothesis, we have to conduct an experiment. Designing an experiment. The most basic experimental design involves two groups, the experimental group and the control group. The two groups are designed to be the same except for one difference, experimental manipulation. The experimental group gets the experimental manipulation, that is, the treatment or variable being tested, in this case, violent TV images, and the control group does not. Since experimental manipulation is the only difference between the experimental and control groups, we can be sure that any differences between the two are due to experimental manipulation rather than chance. In our example of how violent television programming might affect violent behavior in children, we have the experimental group view violent television programming for a specified time and then measure their violent behavior. We measure the violent behavior in our control group after they watch non-violent television programming for the same amount of time. It is important for the control group to be treated similarly to the experimental group, with the exception that the control group does not receive the experimental manipulation. Therefore, we have the control group watch non-violent television programming for the same amount of time as the experimental group. We also need to precisely define, or operationalize, what is considered violent and non-violent. An operational definition is a description of how we will measure our variables, and it is important in allowing others understand exactly how and what a researcher measures in a particular experiment. In operationalizing violent behavior, we might choose to count only physical acts like kicking or punching as instances of this behavior, or we also may choose to include angry verbal exchanges. Whatever we determine, it is important that we operationalize violent behavior in such a way that anyone who hears about our study for the first time knows exactly what we mean by violence. This aids people's ability to interpret our data as well as their capacity to repeat our experiment should they choose to do so. Once we have operationalized what is considered violent television programming and what is considered violent behavior from our experiment participants, we need to establish how we will run our experiment. In this case, we might have participants watch a 30-minute television program, either violent or. Chapter 2 Psychological Research 53. Non-violent, depending on their group membership, before sending them out to a playground for an hour where their behavior is observed and the number and type of violent acts is recorded. Ideally, the people who observe and record the children's behavior are unaware of who was assigned to the experimental or control group in order to control for experimenter bias. Experimenter bias refers to the possibility that a researcher's expectations might skew the results of the study. Remember, conducting an experiment requires a lot of planning, and the people involved in the research project have a vested interest in supporting their hypotheses. If the observers knew which child was in which group, it might influence how much attention they paid to each child's behavior as well as how they interpreted that behavior. By being blind to which child is in which group, we protect against those biases. This situation is a single-blind study, meaning that one of the group's participants are unaware as to which group they are in, experiment or control group, while the researcher who developed the experiment knows which participants are in each group. In a double-blind study, both the researchers and the participants are blind to group assignments. Why would a researcher want to run a study where no one knows who is in which group? Because by doing so, we can control for both experimenter and participant expectations. If you are familiar with the phrase placebo effect, you already have some idea as to why this is an important consideration. The placebo effect occurs when people's expectations or beliefs influence or determine their experience in a given situation. In other words, simply expecting something to happen can actually make it happen. The placebo effect is commonly described in terms of testing the effectiveness of a new medication. Imagine that you work in a pharmaceutical company, and you think you have a new drug that is effective in treating depression. To demonstrate that your medication is effective, you run an experiment with two groups. The experimental group receives the medication, and the control group does not. But you don't want participants to know whether they receive the drug or not. Why is that? Imagine that you are a participant in this study, and you have just taken a pill that you think will improve your mood. Because you expect the pill to have an effect, you might feel better simply because you took the pill and not because of any drug actually contained in the pill. This is the placebo effect. To make sure that any effects on mood are due to the drug and not due to expectations, the control group receives a placebo, in this case a sugar pill. Now everyone gets a pill, and once again neither the researcher nor the experimental participants know who got the drug and who got the sugar pill. Any differences in mood between the experimental and control groups can now be attributed to the drug itself rather than to experimenter bias or participant expectations, figure 2.16. Figure 2.16 providing the control group with a placebo treatment protects against bias caused by expectancy. Credit, Elaine and Arthur Shapiro. 54 Chapter 2 Psychological Research. This OpenStax book is available for free at https://cnx.org/content/call 11629/1.5. Independent and dependent variables. In a research experiment, we strive to study whether changes in one thing cause changes in another. To achieve this, we must pay attention to two important variables, or things that can be changed, in any experimental study, the independent variable and the dependent variable. An independent variable is manipulated or controlled by the experimenter. In a well-designed experimental study, the independent variable is the only important difference between the experimental and control groups. In our example of how violent television programs affect children's display of violent behavior, the independent variable is the type of program, violent or non-violent, viewed by participants in the study, figure 2.17. A dependent variable is what the researcher measures to see how much effect the independent variable had. In our example, the dependent variable is the number of violent acts displayed by the experimental participants. Figure 2.17 in an experiment, manipulations of the independent variable are expected to result in changes in the dependent variable. Credit, Automatic Weapon, Modification of Work by Daniel Loynes. Credit, Toy Gun, Modification of Work by Emran Kasim. We expect that the dependent variable will change as a function of the independent variable. In other words, the dependent variable depends on the independent variable. A good way to think about the relationship between the independent and dependent variables is with this question: what effect does the independent variable have on the dependent variable? Returning to our example, what effect does watching a half hour of violent television programming or non-violent television programming have on the number of incidents of physical aggression displayed on the playground? Selecting and assigning experimental participants. Now that our study is designed, we need to obtain a sample of individuals to include in our experiment. Our study involves human participants, so we need to determine who to include. Participants are the subjects of psychological research, and as the name implies, individuals who are involved in psychological research actively participate in the process. Often, psychological research projects rely on college students to serve as participants. In fact, the vast majority of research in psychology subfields has historically involved students as research participants. Sears, 1986, Arnett, 2008. But are college students truly? Chapter 2 Psychological Research 55. Representative of the general population? College students tend to be younger, more educated, more liberal, and less diverse than the general population. Although using students as test subjects is an accepted practice, relying on such a limited pool of research participants can be problematic because it is difficult to generalize findings to the larger population. Our hypothetical experiment involves children, and we must first generate a sample of child participants. Samples are used because populations are usually too large to reasonably involve every member in our particular experiment, figure 2.18. If possible, we should use a random sample. There are other types of samples, but for the purposes of this chapter, we will focus on random samples. A random sample is a subset of a larger population in which every member of the population has an equal chance of being selected. Random samples are preferred because if the sample is large enough, we can be reasonably sure that the participating individuals are representative of the larger population. This means that the percentages of characteristics in the sample, sex, ethnicity, socioeconomic level, and any other characteristics that might affect the results, are close to those percentages in the larger population. In our example, let's say we decide our population of interest is 4th graders. But all 4th graders is a very large population, so we need to be more specific. Instead, we might say our population of interest is all 4th graders in a particular city. We should include students from various income brackets, family situations, races, ethnicities, religions, and geographic areas of town. With this more manageable population, we can work with the local schools in selecting a random sample of around 200 4th graders who we want to participate in our experiment. In summary, because we cannot test all of the 4th graders in a city, we want to find a group of about 200 that reflects the composition of that city. With a representative group, we can generalize our findings to the larger population without fear of our sample being biased in some way. Figure 2.18 researchers may work with a large population, or b, a sample group that is a subset of the larger population. Credit, Crowd, Modification of Work by James Cridland. Credit, Students, Modification of Work by Laurie Sullivan. Now that we have a sample, the next step of the experimental process is to split the participants into experimental and control groups through random assignment. With random assignment, all participants have an equal chance of being assigned to either group. There is statistical software that will randomly assign each of the 4th graders in the sample to either the experimental or the control group. Random assignment is critical for sound experimental design. With sufficiently large samples, random assignment makes it unlikely that there are systematic differences between the groups. So, for instance, it would be very unlikely that we would get one group composed entirely of males, a given ethnic identity, or a given religious ideology. This is important because if the groups were systematically different before the experiment began, we would not know the origin of any differences we find between the groups. Were the differences pre-existing, or were they caused by manipulation of the independent variable? Random assignment allows us to assume that any differences observed between experimental and control groups result from the manipulation of the independent variable. 56 Chapter 2 Psychological Research. This OpenStax book is available for free at https://cnx.org/content/call 11629/1.5. Use this online tool, https://www.randomizer.org, https://www.randomizer.org/ to instantly generate randomized numbers and to learn more about random sampling and assignments. Issues to consider. While experiments allow scientists to make cause and effect claims, they are not without problems. True experiments require the experimenter to manipulate an independent variable, and that can complicate many questions that psychologists might want to address. For instance, imagine that you want to know what effect sex, the independent variable, has on spatial memory, the dependent variable. Although you can certainly look for differences between males and females on a task that taps into spatial memory, you cannot directly control a person's sex. We categorize this type of research approach as quasi-experimental and recognize that we cannot make cause and effect claims in these circumstances. Experimenters are also limited by ethical constraints. For instance, you would not be able to conduct an experiment designed to determine if experiencing abuse as a child leads to lower levels of self-esteem among adults. To conduct such an experiment, you would need to randomly assign some experimental participants to a group that receives abuse, and that experiment would be unethical. Interpreting experimental findings. Once data is collected from both the experimental and the control groups, a statistical analysis is conducted to find out if there are meaningful differences between the two groups. A statistical analysis determines how likely any difference found is due to chance, and thus not meaningful. In psychology, group differences are considered meaningful or significant if the odds that these differences occurred by chance alone are 5% or less. Stated another way, if we repeated this experiment 100 times, we would expect to find the same results at least 95 times out of 100. The greatest strength of experiments is the ability to assert that any significant differences in the findings are caused by the independent variable. This occurs because random selection, random assignment, and a design that limits the effects of both experimenter bias and participant expectancy should create groups that are similar in composition and treatment. Therefore, any difference between the groups is attributable to the independent variable, and now we can finally make a causal statement. If we find that watching a violent television program results in more violent behavior than watching a non-violent program, we can safely say that watching violent television programs causes an increase in the display of violent behavior. Reporting research. When psychologists complete a research project, they generally want to share their findings with other scientists. The American Psychological Association, APA, publishes a manual detailing how to write a paper for submission to scientific journals. Unlike an article that might be published in a magazine like Psychology Today, which targets a general audience with an interest in psychology, scientific journals generally publish peer-reviewed journal articles aimed at an audience of professionals and scholars who are actively involved in research themselves. Link to learning. Chapter 2 Psychological Research 57. The Online Writing Lab, OWL, http://openstackscollege.org/l/owl, http://openstackscollege.org/l/owl at Purdue University can walk you through the APA writing guidelines. A peer-reviewed journal article is read by several other scientists, generally anonymously, with expertise in the subject matter. These peer reviewers provide feedback to both the author and the journal editor regarding the quality of the draft. Peer reviewers look for a strong rationale for the research being described, a clear description of how the research was conducted, and evidence that the research was conducted in an ethical manner. They also look for flaws in the study's design, methods, and statistical analyses. They check that the conclusions drawn by the author seem reasonable given the observations made during the research. Peer reviewers also comment on how valuable the research is in advancing the discipline's knowledge. This helps prevent unnecessary duplication of research findings in the scientific literature and, to some extent, ensures that each research article provides new information. Ultimately, the journal editor will compile all of the peer reviewer feedback and determine whether the article will be published in its current state, a rare occurrence, published with revisions, or not accepted for publication. Peer review provides some degree of quality control for psychological research. Poorly conceived or executed studies can be weeded out, and even well-designed research can be improved by the revisions suggested. Peer review also ensures that the research is described clearly enough to allow other scientists to replicate it, meaning they can repeat the experiment using different samples to determine reliability. Sometimes replications involve additional measures that expand on the original finding. In any case, each replication serves to provide more evidence to support the original research findings. Successful replications of published research make scientists more apt to adopt those findings, while repeated failures tend to cast doubt on the legitimacy of the original article and lead scientists to look elsewhere. For example, it would be a major advancement in the medical field if a published study indicated that taking a new drug helped individuals achieve a healthy weight without changing their diet. But if other scientists could not replicate the results, the original study's claims would be questioned. The vaccine autism myth and retraction of published studies. Some scientists have claimed that routine childhood vaccines cause some children to develop autism, and, in fact, several peer-reviewed publications published research making these claims. Since the initial reports, large-scale epidemiological research has suggested that vaccinations are not responsible for causing autism and that it is much safer to have your child vaccinated than not. Furthermore, several of the original studies making this claim have since been retracted. A published piece of work can be rescinded when data is called into question because of falsification, fabrication, or serious research design problems. Once rescinded, the scientific community is informed that there are serious problems with the original publication. Retractions can be initiated by the researcher who led the study, by research collaborators, by the institution that employed the researcher, or by the editorial board of the journal in which the article was originally published. In the vaccine autism case, the retraction was made because of a significant conflict of interest in which the leading researcher had a financial interest in establishing a link between childhood vaccines and autism. Offit, 2008. Unfortunately, the initial studies received so much media attention that many parents around the world became hesitant to have their children vaccinated. Figure 2.19. For more information about how the vaccine/autism story unfolded, as well as the link to learning, dig deeper. 58 Chapter 2 Psychological Research. This OpenStax book is available for free at https://cnx.org/content/call11629/1.5. Repercussions of this story. Take a look at Paul Offit's book, Autism's False Prophets, Bad Science, Risky Medicine, and the Search for a Cure. Figure 2.19. Some people still think vaccinations cause autism. Credit, modification of work by Unicef Svariga. Reliability and validity. Reliability and validity are two important considerations that must be made with any type of data collection. Reliability refers to the ability to consistently produce a given result. In the context of psychological research, this would mean that any instruments or tools used to collect data do so in consistent, reproducible ways. Unfortunately, being consistent in measurement does not necessarily mean that you have measured something correctly. To illustrate this concept, consider a kitchen scale that would be used to measure the weight of cereal that you eat in the morning. If the scale is not properly calibrated, it may consistently under or overestimate the amount of cereal that's being measured. While the scale is highly reliable in producing consistent results, example, the same amount of cereal poured onto the scale produces the same reading each time, those results are incorrect. This is where validity comes into play. Validity refers to the extent to which a given instrument or tool accurately measures what it's supposed to measure. While any valid measure is by necessity reliable, the reverse is not necessarily true. Researchers strive to use instruments that are both highly reliable and valid. How valid is the SAT? Standardized tests like the SAT are supposed to measure an individual's aptitude for a college education, but how reliable and valid are such tests? Research conducted by the College Board suggests that scores on the SAT have high predictive validity for first-year college students. GPA, Coburn, Patterson, Shaw, Mattern. Everyday Connection. Chapter 2 Psychological Research 59. And Barbuti, 2008. In this context, predictive validity refers to the test's ability to effectively predict the GPA of college freshmen. Given that many institutions of higher education require the SAT for admission, this high degree of predictive validity might be comforting. However, the emphasis placed on SAT scores in college admissions has generated some controversy on a number of fronts. For one, some researchers assert that the SAT is a biased test that places minority students at a disadvantage and unfairly reduces the likelihood of being admitted into a college. Santlases and Wilson, 2010. Additionally, some research has suggested that the predictive validity of the SAT is grossly exaggerated in how well it is able to predict the GPA of first-year college students. In fact, it has been suggested that the SAT's predictive validity may be overestimated by as much as 150%. Rothstein, 2004. Many institutions of higher education are beginning to consider de-emphasizing the significance of SAT scores in making admission decisions. Reimer, 2008. In 2014, College Board President David Coleman expressed his awareness of these problems, recognizing that college success is more accurately predicted by high school grades than by SAT scores. To address these concerns, he has called for significant changes to the SAT exam, Lewin, 2014. 2.4 Ethics. Learning objectives. By the end of this section, you will be able to discuss how research involving human subjects is regulated. Summarize the processes of informed consent and debriefing. Explain how research involving animal subjects is regulated. Today, scientists agree that good research is ethical in nature and is guided by a basic respect for human dignity and safety. However, as you will read in the feature box, this has not always been the case. Modern researchers must demonstrate that the research they perform is ethically sound. This section presents how ethical considerations affect the design and implementation of research conducted today. Research involving human participants. Any experiment involving the participation of human subjects is governed by extensive, strict guidelines designed to ensure that the experiment does not result in harm. Any research institution that receives federal support for research involving human participants must have access to an Institutional Review Board, IRB. The IRB is a committee of individuals often made up of members of the institution's administration, scientists, and community members, figure 2.20. The purpose of the IRB is to review proposals for research that involves human participants. The IRB reviews these proposals with the principles mentioned above in mind, and generally, approval from the IRB is required in order for the experiment to proceed. 60 Chapter 2 Psychological Research. This OpenStax book is available for free at https://cnx.org/content/call11629/1.5. Figure 2.20 An institution's IRB meets regularly to review experimental proposals that involve human participants. Credit, modification of work by Lowndes Area Knowledge Exchange, Lake/Flickr. An institution's IRB requires several components in any experiment it approves. For one, each participant must sign an informed consent form before they can participate in the experiment. An informed consent form provides a written description of what participants can expect during the experiment, including potential risks and implications of the research. It also lets participants know that their involvement is completely voluntary and can be discontinued without penalty at any time. Furthermore, the informed consent guarantees that any data collected in the experiment will remain completely confidential. In cases where research participants are under the age of 18, the parents or legal guardians are required to sign the informed consent form. Visit this website, http://openstaxcollege.org/l/consent form, http://openstaxcollege.org/l/consent for MTO. See an example of a consent form. While the informed consent form should be as honest as possible in describing exactly what participants will be doing, sometimes deception is necessary to prevent participants' knowledge of the exact research question from affecting the results of the study. Deception involves purposely misleading experiment participants in order to maintain the integrity of the experiment, but not to the point where the deception could be considered harmful. For example, if we are interested in how our opinion of someone is affected by their attire, we might use deception in describing the experiment to prevent that knowledge from affecting participants' responses. In cases where deception is involved, participants must receive a full debriefing upon conclusion of the study, complete, honest information about the purpose of the experiment, how the data collected will be used, the reasons why deception was necessary, and information about how to obtain additional information about the study. Ethics and the Tuskegee Syphilis Study. Unfortunately, the ethical guidelines that exist for research today were not always applied in the past. In 1932, poor, rural, black, male sharecroppers from Tuskegee, Alabama, were recruited to participate in an experiment conducted by the U.S. Public Health Service with the aim of studying syphilis in black men, figure 2.21. In Link to Learning. Dig deeper. Chapter 2 Psychological Research 61. Exchange for free medical care, meals, and burial insurance, 600 men agreed to participate in the study. A little more than half of the men tested positive for syphilis, and they served as the experimental group. Given that the researchers could not randomly assign participants to groups, this represents a quasi-experiment. The remaining syphilis-free individuals served as the control group. However, those individuals that tested positive for syphilis were never informed that they had the disease. While there was no treatment for syphilis when the study began, by 1947 penicillin was recognized as an effective treatment for the disease. Despite this, no penicillin was administered to the participants in this study, and the participants were not allowed to seek treatment at any other facilities if they continued in the study. Over the course of 40 years, many of the participants unknowingly spread syphilis to their wives, and subsequently their children born from their wives, and eventually died because they never received treatment for the disease. This study was discontinued in 1972 when the experiment was discovered by the National Press, Tuskegee University, ND. The resulting outrage over the experiment led directly to the National Research Act of 1974 and the strict ethical guidelines for research on humans described in this chapter. Why is this study unethical? How were the men who participated and their families harmed as a function of this research? Figure 2.21 A participant in the Tuskegee syphilis study receives an injection. Visit this website, http://openstaxcollege.org/l/Tuskegee, http://openstaxcollege.org/l/Tuskegee to learn more about the Tuskegee syphilis study. Research involving animal subjects. Many psychologists conduct research involving animal subjects. Often, these researchers use rodents, figure 2.22, or birds as the subjects of their experiments. The APA estimates that 90% of all animal research in psychology uses these species, American Psychological Association, ND. Because many basic processes in animals are sufficiently similar to those in humans, these animals are acceptable substitutes for research that would be considered unethical in human participants. Link to Learning. 62 Chapter 2 Psychological Research. This OpenStax book is available for free at https://cnx.org/content/call11629/1.5. Figure 2.22 Rats, like the one shown here, often serve as the subjects of animal research. This does not mean that animal researchers are immune to ethical concerns. Indeed, the humane and ethical treatment of animal research subjects is a critical aspect of this type of research. Researchers must design their experiments to minimize any pain or distress experienced by animals serving as research subjects. Whereas IRBs review research proposals that involve human participants, animal experimental proposals are reviewed by an Institutional Animal Care and Use Committee, IACUC. An IACUC consists of institutional administrators, scientists, veterinarians, and community members. This committee is charged with ensuring that all experimental proposals require the humane treatment of animal research subjects. It also conducts semi-annual inspections of all animal facilities to ensure that the research protocols are being followed. No animal research project can proceed without the committee's approval. Chapter 2 Psychological Research 63. Archival Research. Summary. 2.1 Why is research important? Scientists are engaged in explaining and understanding how the world around them works, and they are able to do so by coming up with theories that generate hypotheses that are testable and falsifiable. Theories that stand up to their tests are retained and refined, while those that do not are discarded or modified. In this way, research enables scientists to separate fact from simple opinion. Having good information generated from research aids in making wise decisions both in public policy and in our personal lives. 2.2 Approaches to research. The clinical or case study involves studying just a few individuals for an extended period of time. While this approach provides an incredible depth of information, the ability to generalize these observations to the larger population is problematic. Naturalistic observation involves observing behavior in a natural setting and allows for the collection of valid, true-to-life information from realistic situations. However, naturalistic observation does not allow for much control and often requires quite a bit of time and money to perform. Researchers strive to ensure that their tools for collecting data are both reliable, consistent and replicable, and valid, accurate. Surveys can be administered in a number of ways and make it possible to collect large amounts of data quickly. However, the depth of information that can be collected through surveys is somewhat limited compared to a clinical or case study. Archival research involves studying existing data sets to answer research questions. Longitudinal research has been incredibly helpful to researchers who need to collect data on how people change over time. Cross-sectional research compares multiple segments of a population at a single time. 2.3 Analyzing findings. A correlation is described with a correlation coefficient, R, which ranges from -1 to 1. The correlation coefficient tells us about the nature, positive or negative, and the strength of the relationship between two or more variables. Correlations do not tell us anything about causation, regardless of how strong the relationship is between variables. In fact, the only way to demonstrate causation is by conducting an experiment. People often make the mistake of claiming that correlations exist when they really do not. 66 Chapter 2 Psychological Research. This OpenStax book is available for free at https://cnx.org/content/call 11629/1.5. Researchers can test cause and effect hypotheses by conducting experiments. Ideally, experimental participants are randomly selected from the population of interest. Then, the participants are randomly assigned to their respective groups. Sometimes, the researcher and the participants are blind to group membership to prevent their expectations from influencing the results. In ideal experimental design, the only difference between the experimental and control groups is whether participants are exposed to the experimental manipulation. Each group goes through all phases of the experiment, but each group will experience a different level of the independent variable. The experimental group is exposed to the experimental manipulation, and the control group is not exposed to the experimental manipulation. The researcher then measures the changes that are produced in the dependent variable in each group. Once data is collected from both groups, it is analyzed statistically to determine if there are meaningful differences between the groups. Psychologists report their research findings in peer-reviewed journal articles. Research published in this format is checked by several other psychologists who serve as a filter separating ideas that are supported by evidence from ideas that are not. Replication has an important role in ensuring the legitimacy of published research. In the long run, only those findings that are capable of being replicated consistently will achieve consensus in the scientific community. 2.4 Ethics. Ethics in research is an evolving field, and some practices that were accepted or tolerated in the past would be considered unethical today. Researchers are expected to adhere to basic ethical guidelines when conducting experiments that involve human participants. Any experiment involving human participants must be approved by an IRB. Participation in experiments is voluntary and requires informed consent of the participants. If any deception is involved in the experiment, each participant must be fully debriefed upon the conclusion of the study. Animal research is also held to a high ethical standard. Researchers who use animals as experimental subjects must design their projects so that pain and distress are minimized. Animal research requires the approval of an IACUC, and all animal facilities are subject to regular inspections to ensure that animals are being treated humanely.
Hi, welcome back. I'm Dr. Harriet Hall, and this is Lecture 4 in a series of 10 lectures on science-based medicine. In the last lecture, I talked about chiropractic. In this lecture, I'll talk about another CAM that is widely accepted, acupuncture. When I say alternative medicine is medicine that hasn't been proven to work, someone always says, but what about acupuncture? It's been proven to work, hasn't it? Lots of people think so. After chiropractic, acupuncture is the next most widely accepted alternative medicine modality. It's not as popular as chiropractic. Only 6.5% of Americans have ever tried it. Most of the people who tried it apparently weren't very impressed. 22% of them only went once, and 70% of them went fewer than 5 times. A lot of mainstream doctors think there's good evidence to support it. Insurance pays for it, and the military is even teaching battlefield acupuncture to its doctors. Evidence-based medicine may accept it, but science-based medicine doesn't. The evidence is weak, inconsistent, flawed, and unconvincing to rigorous scientists. The whole body of evidence is compatible with exactly what you would expect to find if acupuncture didn't have any specific effects and was only a theatrical placebo system. The basis of acupuncture is the belief that an undetectable vitalistic energy called qi flows through the body. According to acupuncture theory, qi follows meridians and can be accessed at acupoints on those meridians. Illness is caused by obstruction to the flow of qi. Needling at the correct combination of acupoints is somehow supposed to improve health by somehow restoring the flow of qi. They're very vague as to how that might actually work. Scientists have never been able to verify the existence of qi, meridians, or acupoints. They are imaginary. In fact, almost everything you've heard about acupuncture is wrong. Here are some of the things you may have heard about acupuncture. You've probably heard that it's an ancient Chinese treatment method, and that it involves sticking needles in acupoints. You may have been told that it's widely used in China. You may have heard that it works to relieve pain and nausea, and that it works for other conditions like infertility. You may have heard that it can replace anesthesia for surgery. You may have heard that it's harmless, that it has no side effects, and you may have heard that it has been proven to work by scientific research. Every one of these statements is false. I'll explain. An ancient Chinese method? Every word of that is wrong. It's not so ancient, it may not even be Chinese, and it's not a method, but many different methods. Acupuncture is said to be 3,000 years old, but the earliest Chinese medical texts don't mention it. The earliest reference to needling is from 90 BC, and it refers to bloodletting and to lancing abscesses with large needles or lances made of stone and bone. Early diagrams show the location of blood vessels, not meridians. The first accounts of Chinese medicine reached Europe in the 13th century. They didn't mention acupuncture. Before the 20th century, acupuncture needles were commonly inserted at points of pain. A Frenchman, Sully de Morin, was the first to use the term meridian and to associate it with energy, and that was in the 1930s. Ear acupuncture was invented by another Frenchman, Nogier, in 1957. That's what the Air Force is teaching for battlefield acupuncture. Acupuncture may not have originated in China. Historians now think the ideas originated in ancient Greece and traveled to China via the trade routes. And there's not just one acupuncture, there are many acupunctures. If anyone makes a claim for acupuncture, ask them which acupuncture. There are lots of them. There's the kind that just sticks needles in acupoints, but there's also electroacupuncture, where acupoints are stimulated electrically, either with or without needles. Then there's acupressure, a kind of massage. In one system of acupuncture, gold beads are implanted under the skin. In electrodermal acupuncture, a biofeedback machine measures electrical conductance at acupoints and treats by electrically stimulating those points. And there's moxibustion, where burning mugwort is placed on the skin at acupoints. Sometimes a permanent scar is deliberately produced. Sometimes the burning material is removed before the skin is damaged. And there's cupping, where a bulb with heated air is applied to an acupuncture point, and as the air cools, it creates a vacuum, which sucks up a glob of flesh, leaving an ugly red lesion on the skin. Sometimes they nick the skin so the cup fills up with blood. And there's auricular or ear acupuncture. A French doctor named Nogier invented this system all by himself in 1957. He imagined that the outer ear looked something like a fetus curled up in the mother's womb. He assigned parts of the body to corresponding parts on the ear, and he stuck acupuncture needles in those spots and convinced himself that it worked. There are no connections between the ear and those other parts of the human body. Nogier had a great imagination, but he was no scientist. This is the kind of acupuncture that is being taught to our military doctors for use on the battlefield. As a retired Air Force colonel, I find that very disturbing. There are other systems of acupuncture that only deal with a limited part of the body. Scalp acupuncture, foot acupuncture, hand acupuncture, even tongue acupuncture. Here are some more variations, both with skin penetration and without. With skin penetration, they can use needles alone, needles with manipulation, needles with electrical stimulation, tiny gold beads implanted under the skin, or injection of homeopathic remedies at acupoints. That last one really takes the cake, injecting non-existent medicine into non-existent points. Without skin penetration, acupuncture points can be stimulated with light, sound, pressure, heat, electricity, electromagnetic frequencies, vacuum, color, or even just by waving hands over acupoints. No, I didn't make that up. Here's a non-needle option, esogenic color puncture. The website explains that it uses colored light, infrared frequencies, ultraviolet frequencies, brainwave frequencies, sound, and crystal treatments as indicated by Kirlian energy emission analysis to gently unlock and release emotional trauma and energetic blocks which often underlie our illnesses. It assists the flow of spirit information in the body. Yeah, sure it does. Here's the silliest one ever, Tong Ren. I think of it as acupuncture meets voodoo. If you ever want to have a good laugh, look at videos of Tong Ren. I put a link to one of those videos in the course guide. You will see a whole room full of people rhythmically tapping a certain meridian on little acupuncture figurines with a little metal hammer. There is so much silliness surrounding acupuncture that a doctor created a successful hoax by saying he found acupuncture points on the buttocks that worked better than traditional acupuncture points. He was actually invited to present his research at an integrative medicine conference. It was no sillier than a lot of the other ideas they believed in, so they thought he'd made a real discovery. He had to decline the invitation and explain to them that it was a hoax. He published the story in the British Medical Journal. How many meridians are there? Well, take your pick. Different ancient texts list 9, 11, or 12. Or is it 14 or 20? 8 extra meridians got added somewhere down the line. And of course, some kinds of acupuncture disregard meridians entirely and only use points on the tongue, scalp, ear, or hand. How many acupoints are there? Well, again, take your pick. There were originally 365 because acupuncture was originally related to astrology. They chose a point to symbolically represent every day of the year. Now there are over 2,000 acupoints. In Korean acupuncture there are 300, but they're only on the hand. In auricular acupuncture there are only points on the ear. There were originally 30, now there are 120. So what's left? Is there any spot left on the body that is not an acupoint in some system? Well, yes, there is one place that has no acupoints in any system. The male genitalia. What do you suppose that is? Now, think about it. How do you think they made the discoveries and determined where the meridians and points were? How do you think they figured out which acupoints corresponded to which organs? How do you think they determined which set of acupoints were indicated for treating which disease? What would it take to verify all those correlations? Do you think they used statistics, control groups, and careful record keeping? I don't. Acupoints and meridians are imaginary. No anatomist has ever found one. Acupuncture is widely used in China. Turns out that's a myth, too. The Chinese government tried to ban acupuncture more than once. The most recent attempt was by the nationalist government in World War II. Chairman Mao cynically restored it to respectability during his barefoot doctor campaign. He didn't believe it worked, and he didn't use it himself. But he found it a convenient expedient to pacify the masses who couldn't afford the kind of Western medical care that he demanded for himself. Today, Western medicine is the treatment of choice in China. Traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture are used mainly by the elderly and the poor. In Taiwan, only 6% of the population has ever used acupuncture. It seems it's more popular in California than in China. Some people believe surgery can be done with nothing but acupuncture for anesthesia. That's a myth, too. New York Times journalist James Reston developed appendicitis while covering Nixon's trip to China in 1971. The myth says that he had an appendectomy under acupuncture anesthesia. In reality, he had conventional anesthesia for his surgery. He did get acupuncture for postoperative pain, but he got regular pain medication right along with it. This picture allegedly showed a patient undergoing open heart surgery under acupuncture anesthesia. There's something terribly wrong with this picture. The incision doesn't look like it's in the right place, and when the chest cavity is opened like this, the atmospheric pressure collapses the lungs, and the patient can't breathe without assistance. Why isn't she intubated and on a respirator? Acupuncture is used for surgery in China, but patients also get local anesthetics, sedatives, and narcotics. I can tell you from personal experience that those are very effective all by themselves. The patients are selected by very strict criteria, and they estimate that acupuncture is only useful in about 10% of cases. And there are a lot of psychological factors involved. There's strong suggestion, similar to hypnosis. Patients are motivated to please authority figures. They may have no choice because they can't afford real anesthesia. They may submit under threat of exile from job, home, and family. My friend Kimball Atwood is an anesthesiologist who has studied the claims for acupuncture anesthesia. He asks, rather than being an important Chinese achievement, was acupuncture anesthesia more a form of torture perpetrated by a totalitarian government on its own citizens with the forced complicity of physicians? People claim that acupuncture works on animals, so it can't be just placebo. Yes, it can. As I explained in Lecture 2, pets can't tell you how much it hurts, so their response has to be interpreted by owners observing their behavior, and the placebo effect may be working on the owners. If they expect the animal to improve, that will influence what they observe, and the pet may respond differently because the owners are treating the pet differently or giving it more attention. And conditioning may be at work, like Pavlov's dogs. Veterinary acupuncture textbooks show acupoints and meridians for a variety of animals. The diagrams for animals are simply transposed from those for humans without any attempt to study whether there are differences. Here's horse puncture. Note all the gallbladder points. Newsflash, horses don't have gallbladders. And then there's cow puncture, cat puncture, dog puncture, pig puncture, goat puncture, camel puncture, and my favorite, chicken puncture. I suspect foul play. When I was in medical school, my professor of anesthesiology thought the gate theory of pain might explain acupuncture, but the research didn't pan out, and that theory has been pretty much rejected. Could the needles act as counter-irritants, like hitting your thumb with a hammer so you don't notice your headache so much? Studies have shown that acupuncture releases endorphins, natural painkillers in the brain. But that doesn't really tell us anything. Endorphins are also released when people take placebo pills. And if you throw a stick for a dog to fetch, it releases endorphins in the dog's brain. The medical letter concluded that acupuncture has been shown to increase endogenous endorphins, and functional MRI shows effects on central pain pathways. But it's not clear that the same effects couldn't be achieved by needling or electrical stimulation at non-acupoints. Acupuncture researchers have tried to verify that acupoints exist. They have looked at things like neurovascular bundles, trigger points, connective tissue fascial planes, reduced electrical impedance, enhanced migration of nuclear tracers, but the studies are flawed and inconclusive, and they contradict each other, and no agreement has been reached. Here's a couple of examples from those flawed studies. They've tried to measure electrical skin resistance, but it's inaccurate and unreliable. The measurements vary with factors like the shape and surface area of the electrode, dryness of the skin, local variations in skin thickness, scanning speed of the device, pressure placed on the electrode, the inclination of the electrode gel used, room temperature and humidity. There have been at least 3 attempts to validate the concept of meridians using radio tracer injections. Early investigators concluded that an injected radio tracer was cleared by non-lymphatic and non-venous pathways and suggested that this demonstrated the existence of acupuncture meridians. But a subsequent attempt to replicate this finding was unsuccessful, and the authors concluded that the radio tracer was removed along normal venous pathways after all. In a 2000 article in a Japanese physiology journal, traditional acupuncture, moxibustion, and a hemostat on the tail were compared for their ability to block pain in mice. The hemostat won, poor mice, so that would seem to support the counter-irritant theory. But surely we don't want to relieve one pain just by causing another. This is Ray Hyman, one of the founders of the modern skeptical movement. His categorical directive is, before we try to explain something, we should make sure it actually happened. Applying that to acupuncture, before we try to explain how acupuncture works, we should establish that it does work. So, does acupuncture work? Maybe all those chi and meridian explanations are nonsense, but acupuncture might still work anyway. Here's a list of some of the things acupuncture has been claimed to work for. You won't be able to read them all now, but the list is in your course guide. What's important to know is that acupuncture has been tested for all of these conditions. And it has only been shown effective for these 2, pain and postoperative nausea and vomiting. And even for those 2 conditions, it may only work through placebo effects. Acupuncturists can cite any number of studies showing that it works, but you can find a study to support almost any claim, and there are plenty of other studies showing that acupuncture doesn't work. And remember, when a popular but ineffective treatment is studied, false positive results are common. And acupuncture studies are inherently flawed. Blinding is difficult. People notice when you stick needles in them, and double blinding is next to impossible. The best studies use sham needles with a sheath, where the needle just touches the skin and retracts into the sheath like a stage dagger, so the patient can't tell if the skin was penetrated. But even that isn't foolproof. Most patients can still tell the difference between touch and penetration. Here's the Cactus study. It was a pragmatic trial that compared usual care alone to usual care plus acupuncture. It was a poorly designed study, and it didn't use any placebo acupuncture controls. It concluded the addition of 12 sessions of 5-element acupuncture to usual care resulted in improved health status and well-being that was sustained for 12 months. Now, when you add anything to the usual care, you're practically guaranteed to get some response, so a study without adequate controls is meaningless. Here are some of the graphs from that study. I know it's too small to read, but they measure 4 different outcomes like pain and the number of doctor visits, and the blue lines represent the acupuncture group, and the pink lines represent the control group that only got usual care. You can see at a glance that there really isn't much difference between the groups. Sometimes the pink line is on top, sometimes the blue line, and they stay pretty much together. David Cahoon has analyzed this study, and he concluded, this paper, though designed to be susceptible to almost every form of bias, shows staggeringly small effects. It is the best evidence I've ever seen that not only are needles ineffective, but that placebo effects, if they're there at all, are trivial in size and have no useful benefit to the patient. He also said, this paper was published with conclusions that appear to contradict directly what the data show. The best designed, most rigorous acupuncture studies with good sham controls have taught us these lessons. It doesn't matter where you put the needles. It doesn't matter whether you use needles or pretend to use needles. In one study, just touching the skin with a toothpick worked just as well. All that matters is whether the patient believes he got real acupuncture. If they got acupuncture but thought they didn't, it didn't work. If they didn't get acupuncture but thought they did, it worked just as well as if they got real acupuncture. A recent acupuncture study didn't use any placebo controls, and the authors explained why. We did not add a sham acupuncture arm to this study because superficial acupuncture, needling of the skin, sham acupuncture, needling of non-acupuncture points, and placebo acupuncture, needling with blunt tips that does not penetrate the skin, also provide an active therapeutic effect. Even light touch and caressing may activate the C-tactile afferent nerve fibers that alleviate unpleasantness and reestablish patients' sense of well-being. Therefore, neither minimal, superficial sham acupuncture nor placebo needles may be regarded as placebos because they are not inert. I still can't believe I read this in a major medical journal. The author didn't even realize that he just completely destroyed any possible rationale he might have had for using acupuncture in the first place. You might as well just use light massage instead of an elaborate system of choosing acupoints and inserting needles. A more logical interpretation is that if real acupuncture doesn't work any better than sham acupuncture, real acupuncture doesn't work. There's a double standard here. If it were a drug that didn't work any better than a sugar pill, would they argue that the sugar pill is also an effective drug? The positive results of acupuncture studies are questionable. Reported benefits are likely due to the surrounding ritual, the beliefs of patient and practitioner, and the non-specific effects of treatment, like attention from a charismatic provider, long appointments, TLC, relaxation, and hands-on treatment. Remember, never trust one study in isolation. We have to look at all the research. Studies disagree. Some say acupuncture works, some say it doesn't. Next step, systematic review. Unfortunately, the systematic reviews disagree. Some of them conclude that acupuncture works, and some of them conclude that it doesn't. So the next step is to do a systematic review of systematic reviews. Edzard Ernst and 2 Chinese colleagues did exactly that. They systematically reviewed the last 10 years' worth of systematic reviews of acupuncture for pain. 57 systematic reviews met the criteria they set for inclusion in their analysis. They found a mixture of negative, positive, and inconclusive results. There were only 4 conditions for which more than one systematic review reached the same conclusion. In 3 of those cases, they agreed with each other that acupuncture didn't work. There was only 1 case where they agreed with each other that it did work, and that was for neck pain. In their discussion, they explained how inconsistencies, biases, conflicting conclusions, and recent high-quality studies throw doubt on even the most positive reviews. A small excess of positive trials is predicted by poor study design, publication bias, and noise in the data. Here's the double standard again. What if a systematic review of systematic reviews for a pain pill gave the same disappointing results as Ernst's review of 57 reviews? What if 3 reviews showed that the pain pill didn't work, and only 1 review showed that it relieved neck pain but didn't relieve pain anywhere else in the body? I don't think many doctors would want to prescribe that pain pill, and I doubt if it would get FDA approval. Another myth is the idea that acupuncture is perfectly safe. Well, maybe it is most of the time, but Ernst found 95 published cases of serious adverse effects, including infection, pneumothorax, and 5 deaths. You may remember seeing this in the news back in 2011. The ex-president of Korea was hospitalized for a cough, and he ended up getting major surgery to remove a 6.5 centimeter acupuncture needle from his lung. Acupuncture websites list a number of contraindications to acupuncture. You shouldn't get acupuncture if you have metal allergies, bleeding disorders, are on anticoagulant drugs, or have a skin infection. A popular pregnancy book warns against stimulating acupuncture points on the ankle because it can produce uterine contractions and bring on premature labor. I'm not so sure about that one. Some acupuncturists have been convinced by the evidence that it's no better than placebo, but they argue that if a placebo makes a patient feel better, we should use it. That sort of sounds reasonable, but there are reasons not to use placebos. I covered these in Lecture 2. One of the biggest reasons is that doctors are not supposed to lie to patients. If a patient finds out that a doctor has fooled him with a sugar pill, he may never trust the doctor again. Here's another big reason not to use acupuncture as a placebo. If patients think they feel better, but they aren't actually getting better, that can be a real problem. In this study of patients with asthma, the bars from left to right represent the reduction in symptoms with 4 treatments. The bar on the left is for an albuterol inhaler, a proven pharmacological treatment. The 2 middle bars are for placebos, a placebo inhaler and a sham acupuncture treatment. And the bar on the right is for a control group that got no intervention at all. The patients reported feeling almost as much better with the placebos as with the real drug. They felt better, but were they really better? No, they weren't. This graph shows what they found when they measured the patient's lung function with pulmonary function tests. The only group where lung function improved was the albuterol inhaler group. Lung function in the placebos and the no intervention control group didn't improve. For asthma, this could be deadly. If patients think they're getting better but their lung function is unchanged or actually getting worse, they might not go to the emergency room in time. Patients with asthma who don't realize the severity of an attack are more likely to die. I mentioned the book Trick or Treatment in Lecture 2. Here's what it said about acupuncture. While there is tentative evidence that acupuncture might be effective for some forms of pain relief and nausea, it fails to deliver any medical benefit in any other situations, and its underlying concepts are meaningless. Note the qualifications in red. When the medical letter reviewed acupuncture in 2006, they concluded, acupuncture alone has not been shown in rigorous duplicated studies to benefit any defined medical condition. The Center for Inquiry issued a position paper on acupuncture in 2010. They said, it is becoming increasingly clear that the placebo effect accounts for much of the optimistic research on acupuncture published between the 1970s and 1990s. With the development of sham needles during the past decade, needles which retract like stage knives, the researchers have been able to more accurately assess the therapeutic effects of acupuncture. The result has been a complete unraveling of nearly all acupuncture claims. The bulk of recent research strongly tends towards the hypothesis that acupuncture's positive effects are mainly due to built-in expectation. Here's the bottom line. There's no credible evidence that acupuncture works for anything other than pain and postoperative nausea and vomiting, and it may not really work for those. Any improvement is likely due to the non-specific treatment effects, and it has nothing to do with acupuncture points or needles. Acupuncture is no more than a theatrical placebo. That quotation is from David Cahoon and Stephen Novella's article in the journal Anesthesia and Analgesia. When a treatment has been extensively studied for decades and the evidence continues to be inconsistent, it becomes more and more likely that the treatment isn't truly effective. Proponents of acupuncture always say, more studies are needed. Really? After 3,000 trials, isn't it about time to stop? Research money is scarce, and it would be better spent on other areas that are more likely to be productive. When I was growing up, whenever I told my dad I'd changed my mind about something, he'd say, if I had a mind like that, I'd change it too. I heard from an acupuncturist who changed his mind. He read an article I wrote in Skeptic magazine, and he emailed me to say, your article about acupuncture made me angry. I thought that you had to be wrong because, of course, I had heard about so much research about the evidence for acupuncture. You got me to actually look at the literature instead of just knowing that it exists. In trying to prove you wrong, I proved myself wrong. One textbook made a claim that acupoint such and such is good for stimulating the pituitary to produce antidiuretic hormone for patients with polyuria. I thought, wow, that's really interesting. I wonder where the reference is. I looked for a reference, and I was struck by the fact that there were no references at all anywhere in the book for any of the claims. I have gradually let go of the belief that acupuncture has any basis for treating anything. And he said he was going to quit acupuncture and find a more science-based way to make a living. I wish I could take the credit, but I didn't convince him. All I did was give him an opportunity to get angry and to convince himself. Not many people could do that, but at least there's one more convert to science. So acupuncture is clearly not science-based medicine. In the next lecture, I'll talk about homeopathy, which is not only not science-based, but is monumentally silly. Welcome back. I'm Dr. Harriet Hall, and this is Lecture 5 in a series of 10 lectures on science-based medicine. The topic of this lecture is homeopathy. Many of the people who use homeopathy don't have any understanding of what it is. I've run across highly educated medical professionals who thought homeopathy was just some kind of herbal medicine. When they found out what it really was, boy was their face red. Homeopathy is actually incredibly silly. Here's a simple explanation of homeopathy that illustrates just how ridiculous it is. If coffee keeps you awake, dilute coffee will put you to sleep. The more dilute, the stronger the effect. Dilute coffee acts as a sleeping pill. and more dilute coffee acts as an even stronger sleeping pill. If you dilute all of the coffee molecules out of the water will remember them, and the effect will be even stronger. And the water's memory of coffee can be transferred to a sugar pill by dripping the water onto a sugar pill and allowing it to evaporate. Quackwatch calls homeopathy the ultimate fake, and it's also been called delusions about delusions. In Lecture 3, I explained how a single individual, D.D. Palmer, invented chiropractic all by himself on a single day in 1895. In Lecture 4, I explained how a single individual, Dr. Nogier, invented ear acupuncture all by himself in 1957. A single individual, Samuel Hahnemann, invented homeopathy all by himself too, in 1796. To set the scene, let's think about the state of medicine in Hahnemann's lifetime. Science-based medicine was far in the future. Diseases weren't well defined. They thought malaria was caused by bad air. There was no germ theory, no antibiotics, no anesthesia, no sterile techniques, no systematic testing of treatments. Doctors of his time did more harm than good. They were treating patients on the basis of a false theory of the 4 humors. In an attempt to balance those humors, they were bleeding patients, emptying their colons with purgatives, and emptying their stomachs with emetics. They were poisoning them with medicines like mercury. They were killing people. Hahnemann was right to criticize his colleagues, but he was wrong about homeopathy. He intended homeopathy to be a kinder, gentler, more effective treatment system that would replace allopathy. That was a word he coined to disparage doctors, saying that they only treated the symptoms, not the disease itself, and that they treated with opposites instead of similars. That wasn't even an accurate characterization of what doctors were doing in his day, and it certainly doesn't describe what doctors do today. Most of us object strenuously to being called allopathic doctors. The term is used as an insult, and it has no legitimate meaning. Just as one personal experience with a deaf janitor led D.D. Palmer to invent chiropractic, a personal experience with tree bark led Hahnemann to invent homeopathy. And in both cases, they misinterpreted a single experience and extrapolated wildly from it. Cinchona is a tree that grows in South America. The bark of the tree was used to treat fevers. If the fever happened to be from malaria, cinchona worked because it contained quinine, an effective malaria treatment. Hahnemann was skeptical, and he was experimenting on himself with large doses of cinchona. He developed symptoms that he thought were typical of malaria. He was wrong. His symptoms weren't typical of malaria, and today we think he probably had some unusual reaction to something in the bark. Anyway, his experience led him to deduce that the same remedy that caused a symptom could relieve it. So he tried treating with similars. He found that some people got worse before they got better. To reduce the side effects, he kept lowering the dose by diluting the remedy. Here are the 2 basic principles of homeopathy. First, the law of similars. Like cures like. A remedy will cure a disease in a sick person if it causes the same symptoms as a disease when given to a healthy person. If Ipecac makes a healthy person vomit, it ought to cure vomiting in sick people. Now, the idea that like cures like is really just a form of sympathetic magic. Second, the law of infinitesimals. The smaller the dose, the larger the effect. That would mean the less sugar you put in your coffee, the sweeter it tastes. This law is obviously false, and it's contrary to everything we know about chemistry, pharmacology, and physics. Hahnemann had another revelation, succussion. When he made a home visit, the patient was more likely to improve than if he saw the patient in his office. Now, it's easy to see how a home visit might make more of an impression on the patient and might enhance the contextual effects of the doctor-patient encounter. But Hahnemann thought up his own explanation. The remedies got jostled in his saddlebags as he rode his horse to the patient's home. He imagined that the jostling increased the potency of the remedy. He never thought to test this idea by comparing jostled and non-jostled remedies because he didn't think like a scientist. He just assumed he was right, and he recommended that when remedies were prepared, the solution should be potentized after every step of dilution by pounding the bottle repeatedly against something. He used a leather-bound book. Today, some preparers succuss the remedies by hand against a leather pad, and some use machines. The remedies may be sold as a liquid or as a tiny pill. When the dilution is complete, the solution can be dripped onto tiny sugar pills and allowed to evaporate. Some remedies like granite, diamond, and platinum are not soluble in water or alcohol, so they're prepared by trituration. They grind them up with a mortar and pestle and then dilute them with lactose, milk sugar. One triturated remedy is Berlin wall. They take a tiny bit of ground up concrete from the Berlin wall and they mix it with 100 parts of sugar, lactose. Then they take 1 part of the resultant mixture and mix it with 100 parts of lactose. They repeat that process 200 times. One homeopath said it was such a powerful remedy that she had to store it away from her other remedies. She kept it out of the garden shed. It is used to treat feelings of confinement and oppression, shifty eyes, terror, asthma, and headaches. According to a homeopathy journal, the wall in Berlin seems to have been immersed with the psychological emotions and thoughts of mankind. Again, magical thinking. The dilutions are where it really boggles the mind. They're labeled as X for 10 and C for 100. A 6X dilution means 1 part of remedy was diluted with 10 parts of water or alcohol, and 1 part of the resulting mixture was diluted with another 10 parts of water, and so on for a total of 6 times. In the C dilutions, 1 part of the remedy is mixed with 100 parts of water at each step. 6X amounts to a solution of 1 part in a million. 6C amounts to 1 part in 10 trillion. The process is exponential. By the time you get to the 13C or the 26X level, there isn't a single molecule of the original remedy left. A 13C dilution is equivalent to diluting 1/3 of a drop of the original substance in all the water on Earth. A typical homeopathic remedy is 30C. At the 30C level, it would take a container 30 million times the size of the Earth to hold enough water to make sure you were getting at least 1 molecule of the original substance. Another way of looking at it is that for 1 patient to get 1 molecule, you would have to give 2 billion doses per second to 6 billion people for 4 billion years. It gets worse. The most popular flu remedy is sold as a dilution of 200C. That's 10 to the 400th power. The number of atoms in the observable universe is 10 to the 80th power. My brain froze when I tried to figure out how many universes it would take to find 1 molecule. And 200C isn't the limit. There are remedies that are diluted far more. Above the 1000C level, they're designated as M. 1 M equals 1000C. We're able to make those calculations thanks to Avogadro. Avogadro's number allows us to calculate the number of atoms or molecules in a volume of a chemical substance based on the molecular mass. The first calculations were done in 1865, 22 years after Hahnemann's death. Now we know that remedies of 13C and above are nothing but water. Hahnemann didn't have any way of knowing that. When his followers found out, they had 3 choices. 1, they could abandon the dilute remedies. 2, they could accept metaphysical explanations, assuming that the water somehow remembers molecules that are no longer there. Or 3, they could look for a scientific explanation. Most of them accepted option 2, that water somehow absorbs the vitalistic essence of the remedy and remembers it. Some of them are still working on option 3, trying to find an explanation that scientists could accept. Homeopaths try to justify their remedies by comparing them to vaccines. That's a false analogy. Vaccines contain measurable amounts of antigens, and they work by a known mechanism. Homeopathic remedies contain no active molecules, and they work by magic. They invoke hormesis. Now, that's a phenomenon where a low dose of a chemical may trigger the opposite response to a high dose. But hormesis is only known to apply in certain cases. It's not a universal phenomenon by any means, and it describes a response to a low dose, not to no dose. They invoke water clusters. Clusters of water molecules do form, but they only last for trillionths of a second. There's no way they could register or transmit information. There's been wild speculation about quantum entanglement. That's the kind of thing that leaves quantum physicists rolling on the floor laughing. They keep doing ridiculous, flawed experiments trying to prove that water can remember. One of the most famous experiments was the Benveniste affair. Jacques Benveniste claimed that he could detect biological activity of antibodies after the antibodies had been diluted out and were no longer there. The study was published in Nature, with the condition that his lab would be inspected. A team, including the journal's editor-in-chief and James Randi, visited the lab and found a number of problems. The researchers were true believers who bordered on religious fervor. Their blinding procedures and controls were inadequate. The positive results were from a single technician, and when the team instituted more rigorous controls, the results couldn't be reproduced. Other labs tried to reproduce their findings and failed. And the results weren't even compatible with homeopathic theory. The effect went up and down with subsequent dilutions instead of steadily upwards. Benveniste is the only person to have won 2 Ig Nobel Awards, both for his work on homeopathy. His second Ig Nobel Award was for his alleged discovery that not only does water have a memory, but the information can be transmitted over telephone lines and the internet. Drugs are tested with randomized placebo-controlled trials. Homeopathic remedies are tested with provings. These were originally done with an undiluted remedy, and later with a 30C dilution. Healthy volunteers take it, and they keep a detailed diary of every symptom they experience for an unspecified length of time, as long as they feel like doing it, sometimes for months. They write down everything. I felt angry. I burped. My big toe itched at 11 p.m. I dreamed about my dog. There's no attempt to compare those symptoms to a control group. And then they're interrogated to elicit even more symptoms. Instead of looking for commonalities, they just pool all the different reports from different provers, and the whole mishmash of reported symptoms is used to guide treatments with that remedy. People mean different things by homeopathy. In classic homeopathy, only a single remedy is used at a time. In combination homeopathy, a mixture of remedies for the same symptoms is used. Today, homeopathic remedies are sold over the counter for self-prescription, something that I don't think Hahnemann would ever have condoned. When homeopaths take a patient's history, they spend as much as an hour interviewing the patient. They go into excruciating detail about the chief complaint. They try to pin down the time of onset and its possible relation to life events. They ask about concomitants, seemingly unrelated symptoms like weak ankles or unusual sleeping positions. They ask about general symptoms like sluggishness, feelings of hot or cold, restless sleep, changes in appetite. They ask about family history. Did anything stressful happen to the patient's mother during her pregnancy? They ask seemingly off-the-wall questions like, what do you love most about life? What bothers you the most about other people? What are you teased the most about? Here's a typical history that a homeopath obtained from a patient with uterine fibroids. That's a benign tumor of the uterus. He wrote down that she was loquacious, loud, anxious, doesn't want to live, desperate, feels humiliated, ashamed, used, rejected, angry, offended, lonely, religious affections, relationship problems, workaholic, absence of nurturing in childhood, parents fighting, uterine fibroids, constipated, retains fluid. The fibroids themselves are near the end of the list, and the homeopath may interpret other things in the history as more important. After eliciting all these relevant and irrelevant symptoms, the homeopath looks up the symptoms in a repertory book. It lists symptoms by parts of the body. Here's an excerpt from a section on facial expression. The patient with fibroids was anxious. For anxious, 66 different remedies are listed. There are other facial expressions like anxious when child is lifted from cradle, anxious during downward movement, astonished, besotted, bewildered, changed, childish, cold, distant, and that's just the ABCs. It continues right on down the alphabet for 20 more categories, including happy, intoxicated, old-looking, and stupid. For each of these categories of facial expression, there is a different list of corresponding remedies. The homeopath looks up the symptoms he imagines are the most important, and he selects the remedy that best matches those. The repertory is organized by symptoms. The next step is to use another book, the Homeopathic Materia Medica, that's organized by remedy. It lists all the symptoms that provings have associated with each remedy. Here's an example for a remedy called Natrum Muriaticum. The entry for Natrum Muriaticum lists symptoms in all of these areas: mind, head, eyes, ears, nose, face, stomach, abdomen, rectum, urine, male, female, respiratory, heart, extremities, sleep, skin, fever, and modalities. Some of the examples from these areas include eyelids heavy, anemic headache of schoolgirls, constipation and diarrhea, yes, both of those, sensation of coldness of heart, palms hot and perspiring, hangnails, dreams of robbers, oily skin, warts on palms of hands, chill between 9 and 11 a.m. The list goes on and on for several pages. What is Natrum Muriaticum? It's common table salt. How can anyone seriously believe that table salt causes all those symptoms and can cure them? Hahnemann listed 67 remedies. Today, there are over 2,000, with over 1,300 officially recognized by the HPUS, the Homeopathic Pharmacopoeia of the U.S. Here are some examples: Berlin Wall, eclipsed moonlight, south pole of a magnet, dog's earwax, tears from a weeping young girl, fossilized dinosaur bone, rattlesnake venom, arsenic, poison ivy. The homeopath follows the patient's progress, and if the patient is not getting better, he assumes that the first remedy was correct, but that the situation has changed, so he reevaluates and prescribes a different remedy. The homeopath is constantly reevaluating, and there's always another remedy to try. Aggravations are a good sign. If the symptoms get worse, it means the remedy is working. If the symptoms get better, it means the remedy is working too, so you can't lose. If the remedy isn't working, the homeopath can blame the patient for having inadvertently used antidotes that prevented the remedy from working. For instance, he drank coffee. He didn't get enough sleep. He used a cell phone. He ate spicy foods. Why did some patients fail to respond? Hahnemann developed his theory of miasms to explain the failures of homeopathy. He decided that all disease was caused by 3 miasms: syphilis, psychosis, or gonorrhea, and psora, scabies, or itch. He decided that miasms had to be cleared before the remedy could work. He thought this led to an improved approach to selecting remedies. This all sounds so silly, but scientists don't reject something just because it sounds silly. We still need to test whether it works. Homeopaths cite epidemics and early successes where patients treated with homeopaths did better than patients treated with conventional medicine. But those successes were because doctors of that era were doing more harm than good. Homeopathy did nothing, so the results were better. Homeopaths point to high levels of patient satisfaction, but that doesn't mean it works. Remember all the ways that patients can be satisfied by bogus remedies and a charismatic provider. Remember medicine's beautiful idea. No matter how convinced you are, you still need to test every treatment. And homeopathy was tested as early as 1832 in a hospital in Russia. One ward got conventional treatment, one ward got homeopathic treatment, and one ward got no treatment, but was given fake pills made of breadcrumbs and cocoa to make them think they were being treated. The no treatment ward had the best outcomes. That means that homeopathy did no good, and the conventional treatments of the day didn't do any good either. In those days, before science-based medicine, it was better for patients to steer clear of both conventional doctors and homeopaths and just let nature take its course with no treatment. It's a wonder they didn't conclude that breadcrumbs and cocoa were an effective treatment. Homeopathy has been tested over and over since that time. Modern clinical trials have not shown that homeopathy was effective. David Riley said, "Either homeopathy works or control trials don't." In a sense, he was right. Control trials don't work very well for studying homeopathy and other implausible health claims. As my colleague Kimball Atwood put it, trials of ineffective claims championed by impassioned advocates will appear to yield equivocal rather than merely negative outcomes. The inevitable continual citations of dubious reports will lead some to judge that the aggregate data are weakly positive or that the treatment is better than placebo, so they just call for more studies. Dr. Atwood also pointed out that homeopathy can't possibly work as claimed is the sort of basic science that can reasonably be called established knowledge. Is it realistic to assume that this level of evidence can be overthrown by ambiguous clinical trials of dubious design? The evidence against homeopathy is as strong as the evidence that the Earth is spheroid rather than flat, that the planets orbit the sun rather than the Earth, that mass and energy are conserved, that the Earth is several billion years old, and that species evolved by a process of variation and natural selection. Jay Shelton wrote a book about homeopathy, How It Really Works. It's listed in the course guide. He concluded that homeopathy often helps people, but the remedies don't contribute. It helps through non-remedy factors like unassisted natural healing, attention, suggestion, contextual effects of the treatment encounter, regression to the mean, cessation of harmful or unpleasant treatments, lifestyle-assisted healing, and different perceptions of internal reality versus external reality. When results of clinical trials disagree with each other, we can try to resolve the disagreements with systematic analyses of all the data. Of 11 systematic reviews of homeopathy, only 2 were positive. When those 2 were reanalyzed, with the low-quality trials omitted, they were negative too. The most favorable systematic review said that, overall, homeopathy worked better than placebo, but it didn't work better than placebo for any specific condition. That doesn't compute. It's like saying broccoli is good for everyone, but it's not good for men or women or children. Homeopathy is a good example of changing attitudes about CAM. In 1900, there were 10,000 homeopathic physicians in the U.S., along with 79 homeopathic hospitals and 22 homeopathic medical schools. As scientific medicine gained ground, homeopathy lost ground. The last U.S. homeopathic medical school closed in 1920. By 1950, the last homeopathic hospital had closed, and by 1970, there were only 75 homeopaths still practicing in the U.S. But today, homeopathy is having a revival, and remedies are sold over the counter in pharmacies. Oscillococcinum can be found on the shelves of any local pharmacy. It's the most popular homeopathic remedy, and perhaps the funniest one ever. During the Spanish flu epidemic of 1918, a French doctor named Joseph Roy looked at the blood of flu victims under a microscope, and he thought he had observed an oscillating bacterium. He named it Oscillococcus. No one else ever saw it. He was probably confused by Brownian motion. He was probably seeing tiny particles of dust or whatever that were being jostled by the constant movement of water molecules. But he thought he'd discovered a new pathologic organism, and when he thought he'd spotted the same organism in the liver of a duckling, he assumed that a homeopathic flu remedy could be made from the duck liver. Today, it's manufactured from the heart and liver of the Muscovy duck, diluted by 1 in 100 to the 200th power. To get 1 molecule of the original extract, a patient would have to consume an amount of the remedy many orders of magnitude greater than the number of atoms in the observable universe. Oscillococcinum is one of the 10 top-selling drugs in France, and it brings in $15 million a year in the U.S. But it's an impossibly dilute solution of something that never even existed in the first place. Here's my version of the recipe for oscillococcinum. Take a bit of duck liver, dilute the duck out of it, hope the water remembers the duck, and hope the memory of duck cures colds. In reality, all that remains is the quack. Would you believe there are homeopathic vaccines? They're prepared with nosodes, material taken from the saliva, blood, pus, urine, or diseased tissue from victims of the disease. Health Canada has officially licensed homeopathic remedies to prevent flu, polio, measles, and pertussis. I reported one homeopath to Homeland Security, because I figured they'd like to find out where he got his smallpox and anthrax nosodes, because if he could get them, so could terrorists. Do you believe in magic? A well-known homeopath described how a car was fixed homeopathically. It appeared to be having electrical problems, so they wrote Electricitas 200C on a piece of paper, and they placed it near the engine. The problem was resolved. Sometimes dowsing is used to select remedies. The customer takes a pendulum to the store and holds it over each remedy until it swings the right way. Provings are done where the subject doesn't actually take the substance, but meditates about it, or dreams with it under the pillow, or prepares it by trituration, or writes it on a piece of paper and keeps the paper close to his body. Homeopaths have treated patients by telephone or telepathy. In grafting, 1 potentized sugar pill is added to a bottle of inert pills, and it converts them all to remedies. There are even homeopathy first aid kits for accidents and emergencies. You can buy one of these for $54.99 on Amazon.com. It contains 18 vials of sugar pills labeled 200C. They're recommended for accidents, injury, infections, GI problems, burns, muscle pain, etc. For certain illnesses, they advise, depending on severity, seek medical care. The list includes anaphylaxis, animal bites, bone injuries, third-degree burns, carbon monoxide poisoning, drug overdose, electrocution, eye injuries, poisoning, puncture wounds, and shock. It's appalling to think that patients are left to their own assessment and might think that these conditions were not severe enough to merit medical care. There's a hilarious YouTube video making fun of these kits. A young man goes out to save the world. He drops a pill from each bottle into a local stream that runs to the ocean, so the remedies will eventually reach everyone on Earth in an even more dilute form. This will eliminate all the diseases the kit instructions cover, from heart attacks and strokes to throttling and drowning. People say even if homeopathy is only a placebo, what's the harm in using it? It can't cause any side effects, so it's safer than other treatments, and patients seem to like it. But it can be very dangerous if it's used in place of effective treatments. Janez Podgorček was harmed in Slovenia. A homeopath named Darja Erzin treated him with homeopathic drops to prevent malaria. He got malaria anyway, and then the homeopath treated him with homeopathic remedies for the malaria. He died in 1996 at the age of 42. The homeopath's license was revoked, and he got 2 years probation. Jacqueline Alderslade was harmed. She was a 55-year-old woman who lived in Ireland. Her homeopath told her to stop taking her asthma medication, and she died of an asthma attack. And little Isabella Dinley was harmed. She was a 13-month-old baby in Australia, and her epilepsy was treated with homeopathy, and she died. And The remedies are not always benign. Sometimes remedies sold over the counter as homeopathic are low dilutions like 1 in 100 that may actually contain enough active ingredient to harm patients. A teething remedy, Highland's baby teething tablets, was recalled because babies developed symptoms of belladonna toxicity. Zycam caused adults to lose their sense of smell. Manufacturing standards were lax, and the amount of active ingredient in the product varied. A skeptic group in the UK did an experiment. They sent a young woman to various homeopaths for advice about malaria prophylaxis for a trip to Africa. 10 out of 10 advised homeopathic protection instead of standard prophylaxis. One explained, they make it so your energy, your living energy, doesn't have a kind of malaria-shaped hole in it. The malarial mosquitoes won't come along and fill that in. The remedies sort it out. There was a case reported in the British Medical Journal where a woman relied on homeopathic vaccines during a trip to Togo. She developed a severe case of malaria, spent 2 months in intensive care, and had multiple organ failure. Water passes through the oceans in the water cycle, and it gets succussed by the waves. If it can remember, why wouldn't it remember fish poop? There's no such thing as absolutely pure water or absolutely clean glassware. Tiny amounts of contaminants are always present, and dust and pollen grains fall out of the air into open containers of water. There are far more molecules of contaminant in a homeopathic dilution than there are molecules of the original substance. So how could the water know which substance it's supposed to remember? This poster pretty much says it all. If water has a memory, then homeopathy is full of shit. Shit and sugar. To end with, here's a t-shirt that says, Homeopathy, making fuck all difference since 1796. In the next lecture, I'll talk about naturopathy. Hello again, I'm Dr. Harriet Hall, and this is Lecture 6 in a series of 10 lectures on science-based medicine. The topic of this lecture is naturopathy and herbal medicine. For a long time, I wasn't sure exactly what naturopathy meant. When people ask me what is chiropractic, I had no difficulty answering. But when they asked me what is naturopathy, I found it very hard to explain. I finally realized it wasn't my fault. It was the fault of naturopathy, because naturopathy is so vague and incoherent. Here's how naturopaths define themselves. Naturopathic medicine is a distinct primary healthcare profession emphasizing prevention, treatment, and optimal health through the use of therapeutic methods and substances which encourage the person's inherent self-healing process, the vis medicatrix naturae. Now, the words I highlighted in red take us out of the realm of science and reality. There is no one inherent self-healing process. There are lots of different physiologic processes that repair wounds and maintain the status quo of various different physiologic systems by various different mechanisms. The term vis medicatrix naturae comes straight out of the pre-scientific concept of vitalism, the idea that there's something like a soul or a vital spark that has to be added to matter to create life. Vitalism was long ago rejected by both philosophy and science. Science accepts that life is an emergent property of physical and chemical processes. Naturopathy is a mixed bag, and that's why it's hard to pin down, but it's loosely unified by these principles: avoidance of drugs and surgery, use of natural treatments, emphasis on prevention, and vitalistic philosophy. It claims to be based on science, but it's inconsistent with mainstream science-based medicine. It offers some sensible advice about nutrition, exercise, and so on, but it's riddled with quackery. Science-based medicine is unified. It has one standard of practice based on the best available evidence. Naturopathy is so nebulous that it allows its practitioners to believe and do almost anything. If the same patient went to 5 naturopaths, he would very likely get 5 completely different diagnoses and treatment regimens. Some credit Hippocrates as the first naturopath, but modern naturopathy was invented by a man named Benedict Lust. Here he is, in the flesh. Near the end of the 19th century, he got sick, and he thought he had tuberculosis, but he probably didn't. Anyway, he went to Germany, and he was treated with a water cure, and he became enamored of natural treatment methods. In 1901, Lust purchased the rights to the word naturopathy from a man named John Scheele, and he founded the first naturopathic school. He advocated massage, hydrotherapy, herbal medicine, avoidance of caffeine and alcohol, and nude sunbathing. He was arrested 19 times during his career. I wonder how many of those arrests were for practicing medicine without a license, and how many were for public nudity. The heyday of naturopathy was the early 20th century. At the peak of its popularity, naturopaths were licensed in 25 states. Now, the year 1900 was a dividing line. Before that, you stood only a 50-50 chance of benefiting from an encounter with a conventional doctor. They were just as likely to harm as to help. So it's easy to see the attraction of naturopathy. But as the 20th century progressed and mainstream medicine became more effective, people lost interest in naturopathy. By 1958, it was only licensed in 5 states. Now it's had a resurgence with the CAM movement. Today, it's licensed in 17 states, and in 2 states, naturopathic doctors have full prescribing rights in Washington and Oregon. Licensing legislation has been repeatedly introduced in at least 10 more states, and these attempts have repeatedly failed as many as 10 times in a row. Naturopathy was recently delicensed in Idaho, and it's still prohibited by law in 2 states, South Carolina and Tennessee. In the remaining 31 states where it's not either licensed or prohibited, naturopaths can theoretically be convicted of illegally practicing medicine without a license, but that seldom happens. What do you call a naturopath? Well, if a naturopath has a degree granted by an accredited school of naturopathy, he's authorized to use the title Doctor of Naturopathic Medicine, or ND. In Arizona, he can call himself a naturopathic medical doctor, or NMD. In other jurisdictions, naturopathic doctor, naturopathic physician, or naturopath. If he has no degree or a degree in traditional naturopathy from unaccredited correspondence courses, then he can call himself ND in states where the title of naturopath or ND is not protected and can be used by anyone. But in states that license naturopaths, he can't use the title. Some people say that ND stands for not a doctor. There are 5 accredited schools in the US and 2 in Canada. Accreditation only means that the school meets certain administrative standards. It doesn't mean that what's taught is valid or even that it has any connection to reality. And naturopaths are in charge of accrediting their own schools. The prerequisite for admission is an undergraduate education with an emphasis on science. The curriculum lasts for 4 years. They claim that it contains more basic science than MDs, but it also includes nonsense like homeopathy, iridology, color therapy, colon therapy, and aromatherapy. Naturopathy students get no hospital experience with seriously ill patients, and they have no experience with prescription medications. You can get a non-accredited naturopathy diploma from a correspondence course. In a typical course, there are no admission requirements beyond a high school diploma. There are 15 installments with a total tuition cost of $3,195. It typically takes 2 years to complete. The curriculum includes no science to speak of. There are classes on things like Bach flower remedies, reflexology, aromatherapy, applied kinesiology, and homeopathy, and lots of bogus diagnostic tests. There are no instructors to answer questions. Students who initially fail tests are helped to pass them. They're allowed to keep retaking the questions they missed until they get them right. And there's no final exam. And in states where NDs are not licensed, these people are getting away with calling themselves naturopaths and with practicing medicine without a license. This is a standard naturopathy textbook, 2,000 pages long. It was authored by the president of Bastyr University, the most prestigious school of naturopathy. Arnold Relman, former editor of the New England Journal of Medicine, reviewed the 1999 edition of this textbook, and he found that it covered only 70 health problems listed in alphabetical order, in contrast to medical textbooks that list hundreds of diseases organized systematically. This textbook omits many serious diseases like cancer, heart attacks, kidney disease, tuberculosis, and meningitis. It lists treatments that are not likely to be effective. It omits treatments that are known to be effective. It makes claims for herbal remedies with little or no supporting evidence, and it offers dangerous advice. Relman concluded, judging by the standards of practice presented in this textbook, it seems clear that the risks to many patients seeking care from the average naturopathic practitioner would far outweigh any possible benefits. The textbook still teaches the 4 humors. The idea of the 4 humors was an early attempt to understand how the body worked. It recognized 4 bodily fluids: blood, yellow bile, black bile, and phlegm. It attributed diseases to an imbalance of those fluids. Hippocrates and medieval doctors believed in it, but it's been completely superseded by scientific knowledge, and it's nothing but a historical curiosity. Yet incredibly, it's still being taught to naturopaths. The latest edition of the textbook of natural medicine contains a whole chapter on Unani medicine, which is basically the Greek philosophy of humors with a few contributions from Islam and folk medicine. Over 2 pages are devoted just to describing the physical manifestations of the humors. It tells the student that people who are sanguine, dominated by blood, have urine that is rich or bright yellow and thick. The choleric, dominated by yellow bile, have urine that is scanty, dark, thin, and can be hot or burning. The melancholic, black bile, are light sleepers. The phlegmatic are deep sleepers, and they tend to snore. Here are just a few of the treatment recommendations from the textbook. For asthma, hydrogen peroxide baths and gyms, either worn as jewelry or placed around the home in special places. Instead of proven treatments for high blood pressure, hyperlipidemia, and atherosclerosis, it recommends unproven herbs and chelation. For acute stroke, it recommends ice-cold compresses over the carotid arteries, plus subtle energy medicine. AIDS is mentioned in the textbook. It recommends naturopathic treatments, even though it admits there are no clinical studies showing that they work. It gives no information about the conventional treatment of AIDS with antiretroviral drugs, for which there are clinical studies showing that they're life-saving. Patients with HIV infection will not progress to AIDS and will have a near-normal life expectancy if they're treated with HAART, highly active antiretroviral drugs. Naturopathy students are not taught about those effective drugs, and yet they're treating patients who have HIV. There's an AIDS research center at the premier naturopathic school, Bastyr. Here's what they recommend for treating AIDS: St. John's wort and garlic, both of which happen to interfere with antiretroviral drugs. Acupuncture detoxification auricular program, whole body hyperthermia, adrenal glandular, homeopathy, cranioelectrical stimulation, digestive enzymes, colloidal silver, and nearly 100 more dubious remedies. All of this is quackery, and they don't recommend the antiretroviral drugs. Naturopathy students may be taught a lot about science, but they're also taught that homeopathy is valid, that dissolved oxygen can be absorbed through the skin in appreciable quantities, that sugar in the diet translates to sugar in the ear, that golden seal cures streptococcal pharyngitis, that wet compresses can abort an evolving stroke, that swallowed whole enzymes somehow escape digestion and home in on arthritic joints, that the iris contains a homunculus, a representation of the whole body that is the key to diagnosis of disorders throughout the body, and that craniosacral rhythms exist and can be manipulated to improve health. In 2011, a Canadian group reviewed websites of naturopathic clinics to see if what they offered was science-based. The answer was a resounding no. Most clinics advertised quack treatments like homeopathy, detoxification, hydrotherapy, and chelation. And they offered quack tests like electrodermal testing, live blood cell analysis, hair analysis, and so on. The reviewers concluded what they advertise as their core services paints a picture of a profession that has embraced practices that are remarkably unscientific. Despite this reality, many claim that their services are evidence-based and scientific. Naturopathy claims to use natural treatments, but how natural are these? Supplement pills, IV infusions, minor surgery, homeopathy, electromagnetic and mechanical devices, acupuncture? Here are the basic principles of naturopathy. First, do no harm. Physician as teacher. Treat the whole person. Prevention. The healing power of nature. And treat the cause. Naturopathy can hardly claim to own these principles. They're just the same principles of good medicine that we were all taught in medical school. 1. First, do no harm. Primum non nocere. That's been a foundational principle of all medicine since the ancient Greeks. Naturopaths seem to interpret this as, don't give drugs because they might have side effects. That's not what it means. It means that we should make sure our treatments don't do more harm than good. And of course, that's exactly what doctors do. We look at the risk-benefit ratio for every treatment, and we only use a treatment when we're convinced that the benefits outweigh the risks. And naturopaths don't really apply this principle. Many of their treatments have never been proven to work, and they've never been tested for safety. Some of the things they do have been tested and have been proven to cause some degree of harm without providing any benefit. To me, first do no harm means don't use untested treatments, because without testing, you have no way of knowing that they won't do more harm than good. 2. Physician as teacher. Physicians have always been teachers. The very word doctor is derived from the Latin word for teacher. Doctors have expert knowledge that they share with patients. They teach patients about their illness and about how to stay healthy. Naturopaths teach patients things that are not true. They share beliefs about things that aren't based in reality. And they teach that certain things have been proven effective when they haven't. 3. Treat the whole person. That's exactly what we're taught in medical school. To look at the patient not as a body with a disease, but as an individual person with a history, a psychology, belief systems, a family, a job, a lifestyle, finances, an environment, and so on. The standard medical history form includes a section for social history that reminds the doctor to consider everything about the patient that might have an impact on health, from psychology and lifestyle to family and finances. In a sense, naturopaths really don't look at everything about a person because they neglect some of the basic aspects of scientific knowledge about the patient's physiology and biochemistry. 4. Prevention. Doctors would always rather prevent a disease than treat it. Conventional doctors invented prevention, and they've always held that prevention is the best cure. They've always emphasized vaccines and screening tests, advice about diet, exercise, alcohol, tobacco, etc. And naturopaths don't practice what they preach. Their patients are less likely to get effective prevention measures like vaccines and screening tests, and they're more likely to catch vaccine-preventable communicable diseases. Naturopaths certainly haven't demonstrated that what they do is effective in preventing disease. Here's an example of what passes for preventive medicine in the world of naturopathy. When a patient asked a professor at Bastyr, "So, what can I do to lower my risk of getting breast cancer?" He answered, "Keep your breasts happy and healthy. Love them and yourself. We often develop illnesses because of our own unresolved feelings and lack of love for ourselves. Deal with any unresolved maternal, nurturing, and relationship issues so they're not lurking in your breasts." That's not only nonsense, but it amounts to emotional blackmail and blaming the victim. 5. The healing power of nature. Treatments don't heal the body heals itself, and MDs have always known that. Antibiotics aren't meant to heal the lungs and pneumonia, they're meant to kill the bacteria so the lungs can heal themselves. Science-based treatments facilitate known physiologic healing processes by rational means. Naturopaths try to facilitate a mythical vitalistic healing force, the vis medicatrix naturae, by irrational means. And they can't even begin to explain the mechanism by which their treatments might work. 6. Treat the cause. They say MDs just treat symptoms. We treat the underlying cause. Wrong. This stupid mantra is a vile, false accusation that we hear all the time from alternative medicine sources. Doctors treat the underlying cause whenever possible. They don't just treat symptoms and give painkillers for appendicitis and cough syrup for pneumonia. Naturopaths fool themselves into thinking that they're treating underlying causes when they're really only treating symptoms. The people who accuse doctors of not treating the underlying cause are often the ones who think all disease is due to one bogus underlying cause, like subluxations or disturbances of qi or poor diet. Medicine recognizes all these real underlying causes of disease. I showed this list before in Lecture 2. I won't go over it again. Naturopaths invoke a few simplistic, unproven, and often fanciful causes. They include toxins, which to them means most pharmaceuticals, widespread food allergies, dietary sugar, fat, and gluten, inadequate vitamin and mineral intake, epidemic candidiasis, yeast infection, vertebral misalignment, intestinal dysbiosis, and imbalances of qi. Naturopaths seem to think that all of these cause disease by interfering with the vis medicatrix naturae. How would they know? By what mechanisms could they interfere with it? How could naturopathic remedies remove that interference? Most of these causes are nothing but fairy tales. Naturopathy can kill. I'm going to tell you 3 very sad stories. Little Lori Atikian died when she was only 17 months old. She'd been perfectly healthy up until the age of 9 months. When she died 8 months later, she was nearly bald, covered with deep red rashes, so emaciated that paramedics thought they were being tricked by being given a doll to treat. A naturopath had been treating her with royal jelly, herbal concoctions, and an electric vitalizing machine. When her hair fell out, he told her parents it was normal. He told them not to worry if she didn't gain weight, and not to take her to the hospital because it would be like holding a loaded gun to her head and pulling the trigger. The day before she died, the naturopath told her mother to wrap her in cabbage leaves to draw out the poisons. Her parents were sentenced to 2 years in jail. Incredibly, the naturopath was not charged. A teenage girl had asthma. The naturopath treated her with acupuncture, vitamin B12, and herbal tinctures. She failed to do the necessary pulmonary function test to assess the severity of the girl's condition. The girl died of an acute asthma attack. A breast cancer patient died after treatment with herbal remedies, including pesticide removal tinctures. The naturopath blamed the patient for giving up. These patients were harmed but not killed. Raj Bajitha was a 69-year-old man who developed circulatory failure in both of his legs. The naturopath failed to recognize the emergency and continued to treat him with massage and a supplement. Both of his legs had to be amputated. Ruth Conrad had a bump on her nose. The naturopath told her it was cancer. He treated her with a black salve, also called Cansema, a thick paste that destroys tissue. When her face became painful and red streaks started running down her cheeks, he explained that the lines were a good sign because they resemble a crab, and cancer is a crab. Within a week, a large part of her face sloughed off. It took 3 years and 17 plastic surgeries to reconstruct her face. Here's what naturopaths do that is different from what science-based medicine does. They spend more time with patients. They show a real interest in them as persons, and they ask about all aspects of their life. They use unproven treatments and pretend they have proof. They use disproven and fantastical treatments. They disregard science in favor of anecdotes. In fact, many of them see evidence-based medicine as an ideological assault on their belief in vitalistic and holistic principles. They try all kinds of combinations of remedies without any rationale for doing so. They can't take care of patients who are really sick and need to be hospitalized. They don't have the knowledge or experience to recognize an emergency. In a survey, when they were asked about a 2-week-old infant with a fever, only 40% of naturopaths said they would send her to the emergency room. The rest didn't know that a fever in a child that age is a medical emergency that requires immediate hospitalization. The one good thing on this list is spending more time with patients. And good science-based clinicians want to do that, and they can make a lot better use of the time. Naturopaths love to engage in the sport of doctor bashing. They seem to think that if they can prove medical doctors are bad, that will prove that naturopaths are good. That doesn't follow. It's a failure of logic called the tu quoque fallacy. They say that scientific medicine doesn't have all the answers. Well, of course science doesn't have all the answers, but it's looking for answers with scientific research. And where science doesn't have an answer, naturopathy doesn't either. They say conventional medicine is dangerous, and sometimes it is. Treatments that have effects have side effects. We consider the risk-benefit ratio, and it's usually more dangerous not to treat. They say that only 15% of conventional medicine is evidence-based, and that's not true. 76% of what doctors do is supported by some form of compelling evidence. 37% is supported by gold standard randomized controlled trials. Stephen Novella, who's an academic neurologist, has estimated that 99% of what he does is either supported by studies or by rational guesses based on good scientific principles. And as I said before, the 15% is based on a misunderstanding of an old study that has been thoroughly debunked. There's a link to the article that debunks the myth in the course guide. In integrative medicine clinics, sometimes naturopaths work alongside medical doctors. I think this is in direct violation of the AMA Code of Ethics, which says, it is unethical to engage in or to aid and abet in treatment which has no scientific basis and is dangerous, is calculated to deceive the patient by giving false hope, or which may cause the patient to delay seeking proper care. Here are some of the reasons patients find naturopathy attractive. Natural sounds good. Naturopathy offers hope, simple explanations, and answers. Unfortunately, these are usually false hopes, imaginary explanations, and wrong answers. They may have had a bad experience with medical doctors. They may be afraid of the side effects of drugs. Naturopaths spend more time with patients. Patients may want diet and lifestyle advice. They may be influenced by new age fads, and it may cost less. But paying less for a treatment that doesn't work is false economy. Not treating at all would cost even less than naturopathic treatment, and it might be just as effective, and it might have fewer side effects. Licensing boards were established to protect the public by ensuring that practitioners are qualified, but that doesn't always work. There was a scandal surrounding the Arizona Naturopathy Board exam. Initially, none of the 18 applicants scored the necessary 75%. So they kept adjusting scores upward and eliminating questions to let the candidates pass. The board gave full credit for about 1/6 of the questions that they decided were too difficult. One applicant got full credit for 90 incorrect answers. And of course, even the correct answers on these exams are likely to be incorrect by scientific medical standards. These two groups evaluated naturopathy, and both of them recommended against licensing naturopaths. The Australian Committee of Inquiry found naturopathy very difficult to define and was unable to find any clear-cut statement capable of adequately describing the activities of this group of practitioners in such a way that any expectation of their behavior as consultants could be predicted by a patient. They found inadequate education, many quack diagnostic and therapeutic methods. The HEW report found that naturopathic theory and practice are not based on the body of basic knowledge related to health, disease, and healthcare, which has been widely accepted by the scientific community. The scope and quality of naturopathic education do not prepare the practitioner to make an adequate diagnosis and provide appropriate treatment. Naturopaths rely heavily on natural herbal remedies, so let's look at herbal remedies. Here's a short history of medicine. 2000 BC. Here, eat this root. 1000 AD. That root is heathen. Here, say this prayer. 1850 AD. That prayer is superstition. Here, drink this potion. 1920 AD. That potion is snake oil. Here, swallow this pill. 1965 AD. That pill is ineffective. Here, take this antibiotic. In 2000 AD. That antibiotic is artificial. Here, eat this root. It seems we've come full circle. Are herbal drugs better than prescription drugs? Here are the 4 arguments I usually hear. Herbs are natural. Everybody just knows that natural is better. People subscribe to the natural fallacy where natural is equated to good. They forget that nature makes poisons that kill people. Nature is not user-friendly. Plants don't produce chemicals to cure the illnesses of humans. They produce chemicals to keep animals from eating them. Sometimes we get lucky, and those chemicals happen to have medicinal effects. I've had people tell me that a molecule made by a plant is somehow better than if it's made in a lab. It isn't better, it's the exact same molecule. Synergism. They claim that plants have lots of other ingredients that enhance the effect of the main ingredient. There's very little evidence for that. Other components are just as likely to decrease the effectiveness and to add unwanted side effects. When an herbal medicine has been compared to its active ingredient alone, the active ingredient almost always works as well or better than the mixture. Natural remedies are milder. Well, some herbs are milder than some drugs are milder than some herbs are the same as drugs, and it depends on the dose. Natural remedies don't have side effects. Well, yes, they do. They may seem to have fewer side effects only because no one has systematically looked for side effects. There's the ancient wisdom fallacy. They'll tell you an herb must be safe because it's been used for centuries. But side effects could easily be missed. Remember thalidomide? For several years they thought thalidomide had no side effects, and then they belatedly made the connection with birth defects. Now, that kind of connection would not have been noticed by ancient herb doctors who only saw a few patients and didn't have modern means of communication or gathering statistical information. If you think herbal medicines are milder, let me tell you about the ephedra plant, also known as mahuang. It's been banned in the US, but you can still buy it online. It has these 3 active ingredients: ephedrine, pseudoephedrine, and phenylpropanolamine. Ephedrine is a prescription drug that is only approved for injection. Pseudoephedrine is Sudafed. It has been banned by the International Olympic Committee. Phenylpropanolamine, or PPA, is a drug that was once sold over the counter. It's no longer available in the US, and it's been banned in many other countries because it can cause strokes. So ephedra is not milder than these pharmaceuticals. It is these pharmaceuticals with some other stuff thrown in. The effect depends not on whether you're getting it in the form of an herb or a pharmaceutical, but on how much active ingredient you're getting. Herbs are certainly milder if you're getting a lower dose, and they may be stronger if you're getting more than you think. This pretty flower is a foxglove. It grows wild in the forests of the Pacific Northwest where I live. The whole plant is toxic. It causes dizziness, vomiting, irregular heartbeat, and hallucinations or delirium, and it can kill you. If you give a small dose of foxglove leaf, you can avoid the toxic effects and help patients with heart disease. But it was hard to know how much to use because the strength can vary with the soil the plant grows in, the time of the year the leaf is collected, or the way the extract is produced. Pharmacology came to the rescue. Scientists isolated the active ingredients and learned their exact chemical structure. And then they improved on it. Synthetic derivatives like digoxin work better than foxglove leaf and were safer. The dosage is critical with foxglove because the therapeutic dose is dangerously close to the lethal dose. With prescription digoxin, we can measure the blood level of the drug, and we can treat an overdose with a specific antidote. We couldn't do that with an herbal formulation. So you've got to ask, why would anyone want to give up artificial digoxin and go back to natural foxglove leaf? My colleague David Gorski says, herbs, when they work, are adulterated drugs. Which herbal medicines work? Well, some of them are untested or inadequately tested. Some have been tested and found not to work, but are still used anyway. And some have been tested and found to work, but even those are not usually the best choice. The manufacturers and sellers of natural medicines don't give you much information. They don't provide package inserts, and the information on the labels is pretty skimpy. But the information is available if you know where to look. This is the source I rely on, the Natural Medicines Comprehensive Database. I think of it as the Bible for information about natural medicines. It's published by disinterested parties, and it's complete and non-judgmental. It tells you everything, other names for the same drug, what people have used it for, the safety rating, effectiveness rating, mechanism of action, adverse reactions, interactions with herbs and other dietary supplements, interactions with drugs, interactions with foods, interactions with lab tests, interactions with diseases or other conditions, dosage and administration, comments, and it also lists references for all the books and published studies that it relied on for the information. It's a great resource, but unfortunately both the book and the online subscription are rather expensive, and the average consumer doesn't have access to this kind of information. I wondered what the chances are that a random natural medicine is safe. So I went through the book and I tabulated the ratings. Now remember, they're rating the safety of the pure medicine in an appropriate dose. And when you buy an herbal medicine, you have no guarantee that you're getting a pure product or that the dose on the label is accurate. They rated 38% as likely safe, 25% as probably safe, 6% as possibly unsafe, 8% as likely unsafe, 4% as unsafe. But here's the scary thing. There was insufficient information to rate the safety of 21% of them. So taking one of those medicines is a bit of a crapshoot. This is the tabulation of effectiveness ratings. 5% were rated as effective, 6% as likely effective, 26% as possibly effective, 2% as possibly ineffective, and less than 1% as ineffective. There was insufficient information to even provide a rating for a whopping 60% of natural medicines. Will further studies show that more of these products are effective and safe? Probably not very many of them. Keep in mind that only a small percentage of promising pharmaceutical drugs that make it to the clinical trial stage ever make it to the market. Very few are rated both safe and effective, and almost all of those are vitamins and minerals that are also available as prescription or over-the-counter medicines approved by the FDA. Are naturopaths experts in natural remedies? Dr. Kimball Atwood chose 13 natural remedies at random, and he compared what the major naturopathy textbook said about them to what the Natural Medicines Comprehensive Database said. Only a few agents recommended by the naturopathy textbook were rated by the NMCD as possibly effective. Some were rated as likely ineffective, and the vast majority were rated as insufficient reliable information to rate. For example, vitamin C was recommended for 100 indications in the textbook, but was rated as possibly effective for only one of those indications in the NMCD. Naturopathy textbooks accept animal and test tube studies, and they minimize the dangers and safety concerns. The real danger lies in replacing conventional treatments with unproven remedies. Here are some of the possible disadvantages of herbal medicines. They contain unwanted components. In addition to the active ingredient, they contain other chemicals that may provide no benefit and may cause unwanted side effects. The information is incomplete. You don't get any warnings of side effects and drug interactions. There are no package inserts like pharmaceuticals. It's difficult to control the dose. Herbs in their natural state vary from batch to batch. Contaminants. Herbal remedies have been found to contain poisons, cancer-causing chemicals, insect parts, and even prescription drugs. 20% of the Ayurvedic remedies that were sold in Boston stores were found to be contaminated with toxic levels of heavy metals. The content may not correspond to the label. In a recent study, only 41% were accurately labeled. Independent lab analyses have shown that the amount of active ingredient varied by as much as a factor of 10. Some contain no active ingredient at all, and some contain several times as much as the label said. Ineffective regulation. Diet supplements don't have to meet the same standards as prescription drugs. Regulators don't do a good job of stopping illegal claims. When they evaluated 443 websites, they found that 81% of them made illegal health claims. 55% illegally claimed to treat, prevent, diagnose, or cure specific diseases, and 52% omitted the legally required standard FDA disclaimers. Inadequate monitoring. Prescription drugs are systematically monitored for complications and side effects. Natural medicines aren't. And we know that 12% of herbal remedy users have adverse effects. Interactions. Something as benign as taking too much vitamin C can make birth control pills fail. Ginkgo can cause bleeding problems when used with other medications, and it should be stopped before surgery. Even when herbs are effective, in most cases there's a pharmaceutical that is more effective. A recent study looked at what was in herbal medicines using DNA analysis. They evaluated 44 products from 12 companies. They found that only 48% contained the authentic product. 59% contained plant species that were not listed on the label. 1/3 of them contained fillers and contaminants that were not listed on the label. 1/3 of them contained substituted ingredients, and none of the labeled ingredient. One sample was labeled as containing St. John's wort used to treat depression, but it actually only contains senna, a laxative. So instead of lifting your mood, it would put you on the toilet. Stephen Novella says, I am not a fan of herbal medicine. Herbs are drugs. Herbal products on the market are simply poorly regulated drugs that probably don't work, that have variable doses, often have contaminants, and may be incorrectly labeled. So they're terrible drugs. They're sort of like street drugs. You can never be sure what you're buying. The story of red yeast rice is really ironic. It's been promoted as a natural alternative to statin drugs for lowering cholesterol. And it works. Sure it does, because it contains the exact same active ingredient, lovastatin, that's in prescription drugs. It isn't an alternative to statins. It is a statin, only in a form that is not as pure or as well regulated as the prescription forms. Oops, it was lovastatin, but it's not anymore, because the FDA now requires that the drug lovastatin be removed from red yeast rice before it can be sold in the US as a diet supplement. Stephen Barrett of Quackwatch says, I believe that the average naturopath is a muddlehead who combines common sense health and nutrition measures and rational use of a few herbs with a huge variety of unscientific practices and anti-medical double talk. Here's my conclusion. The things that naturopaths do that are good are not special, and the things they do that are special are not good. Their only claim to fame is spending more time with the patient. If science-based doctors could find a way to spend more time with patients, they could put that time to much better use than naturopaths do. In the next lecture, I'll talk about another form of CAM, energy medicine.